How's it going? How's it going? How is everybody doing out there in the Twitch-verse tonight? Mr. SquarePeg, good to see ya. The early bird gets the... What would the metaphorical worm here be? I don't have any, like, kind of reward for getting first. Oh, man. I need to shave my beard. Early bird reminds me that I need to shave my beard. Oh, my God. Looking at myself in the camera. This is ridiculous. This is terrible. Oh, my God. I tell you, last 2 years have been the 2 years where everyone has learned the limits of their personal grooming. Have they not been? SquarePeg, welcome in. It is, as always, good to see you. DFW Dwegham. I love that your name is so direct. It's if I'm not mistaken, it's DFW as in Dallas Fort Worth, I'm guessing, and then Dwegham because it's the faction that you play. It's very direct and very descriptive. It's good to see you, man. Time Stop, welcome in to Square with that resub through December. Coming up on a year. Coming up on that full year. Why did it not show that in my activity feed? That's strange. Should have showed that. I hope my activity feed is working, or that's going to be confusing to me. Oh, well. Oh, you know what? It's because... Is it because... That's interesting. The alert says you extended your Tier 1 sub, as opposed to resubscribed, and I don't know if my activity feed picks up... What is an extension, as opposed to a resubscription? Like, functionally, what's the difference? I guess it's purchasing them in advance? And maybe it just doesn't show that. I'm hoping that's the case, because the last thing I see is a follow from one Captain Combos. Combos, if you're out there, thanks for the follow, man. Much appreciated. 1 whole year. We're coming up on 2 years streaming. 2-year streamiversary is going to be January 20th. And I need to do a count, but last year we had almost precisely 100 streams over the course of a year. I'm not sure what my count is right now. I'm going to have to take a look. I don't know. I don't know when we're coming up on 200 streams. I don't know if I care. Like, I don't know if I give a shit. We just hit 1,700 followers the other day, and thank you guys so much for that. I think we'll probably do another hullabaloo. This is the hullabaloo dance at 1750. At 1750, I'll do this for 1 whole stream. I just will never stop. No, I shouldn't make promises like that. I'm not going to do that. That's ridiculous. I'll get tired very quickly. I have terrible cardio. Happy man, oh Coral, I see you too. Well, I see your name in the chat, I don't actually see you. This is kind of a one-sided relationship in that sense. Pretty much you see me, and I also see me. I'm looking at a screen with my face on it right now, which is a little weird, a little egotistical, possibly. I don't know. I think it takes a little egotism to stream for 2 years. Roland broke his... my coffee's hot. It's burning my hand. What? I'm sorry to hear that you're broke as fuck, Roland. Oh, man. Did you at least get something fun for it? Is there some kind of reward for being broke at the very least? Costs less to extend. Okay. That's how they get you. That's how they get you. Let my beard grow long for a year, then shave it off. Yeah, Robin, but you wear a beard better than I do, man. Your beard grows in much fuller. Mine is... It's only recently that it hasn't been patchy. I had that Keanu Reeves beard for a long time, you know, where he has, like, these weird areas where it just doesn't grow. He just stopped caring at a certain point and just grew it anyway, and then he was like, I'm gonna be in action movies, and now having a patchy beard is like... I don't know, I guess if you own anything hard enough, it can become cool, you know? Mine's finally filling in, and right as soon as it started filling in, it started going gray. I don't think you can see it on the camera, but I have so many white hairs in my beard now. I don't really mind all that much. If my beard goes silver, I feel like that's going to be kind of cool. It'll be, like, distinguished, you know? I'll look like, what's his name? Who's that dude who was in that movie, Don't Breathe? Except I won't have, like, a rape dungeon that I know of. Spoilers to anyone who hasn't seen that movie, I apologize. It has been out for... most of a decade at this point. But yeah, there's a rape dungeon in the blind man's basement in Don't Breathe. To celebrate, Thunderhead will paint in a hot tub combining meta. Stephen Lang, Roland, thank you very much for that. I liked Stephen Lang in that show he was in. The dinosaur show, was that called Terra Nova? I feel like it was called, where humanity had ruined the future, so our solution was to colonize the past? So we sent people through a time portal to the past? And that show, did that even last a full season? I feel like it either got canceled before the season was over, or it just got the one season. I thought that was a shame. I actually liked that show. It was stupid. It was absolutely idiotic, but it was going in fun directions, and I could have done with more. I could do with more television shows about dinosaurs. We don't really have any. Last one I can remember was Dinosaurs, which kind of dates me, I think, a little bit. Gave me access to the shower cam. It's my fault for not using them. I gotta check my connections, man. Join Twitch because I saw your Twitch post in the official Conquest Discord, and I'm terrible with names, so I just went with it. DFW Dweghom. There is, you know what? We all have to have a reason for picking our screen names. Yours at least makes sense. Some of us just reach into the ether and make shit up. Yeah, now Robin definitely grows a way better beard than I do. It's much fuller. It's more, I don't know, it's a good description for it. It has body. Mine, if I grow my beard out, it gets stringy, and I start to get that like ZZ Top without a bath look. And nobody wants that. I don't even grow as good a facial hair as Thunderdome Drew. Thunderdome Drew grows facial hair, and he turns into, like, some turn-of-the-century fucking, hyper dapper gentleman. It's ridiculous. He grows, like, this handlebar mustache, and then he starts twisting it and oiling it, and it's like, oh my god. I half expect him to stuff me in a burlap sack and tie me to the railroad tracks. Not my kink, by the way. I know a lot of you out there are probably trying to collate that information. Not my kink. Only dungeon where anything is getting violated is wherever the backlog is stored. But is that a good thing? Does that mean that we're digging into the backlog, or are we ignoring the back? I don't know. I'm a little lost on that on that metaphor. To square. Yeah. Oh, Captain Gingerbeard, you remember it too. Do you remember how that show ended? Does anyone here who remembers the show Dinosaurs with "I'm the baby, gotta love me"? Does anybody remember how that show ended? I bet Roland probably does. Roland remembers fucking everything for some reason. Muad'Dib. My name is a killing word. Yes, yeah, Dr. Rhino remembers. Robin remembers too. It was like this lighthearted comedy show with people in these big rubber dinosaur costumes, like living out the reverse of the Flintstones fantasy, where instead of being, you know, cavemen with dinosaurs as appliances, they were just like sentient dinosaurs, but they were like going to jobs and driving cars, and then the asteroid hits at the end of the show, and they all die. It was the darkest shit, just out of nowhere. It's up there with, like, Roseanne, which I think ended, they were like, oh, it was all a dream, we dreamt everything. It was, like, as abrupt as that, but way, way darker. Data Nerd, thank you for getting those shout-outs done. Oh, I like my face, too. You know, I gotta say, I have a problem with a lot of things about me as a person. My face isn't one of them. I think I got a decent face. And your face is one of those things where it's like, is luck of the draw. You know, it's the genetic lottery. Sometimes you get a good face. Sometimes you get a neutral face and you got to work with it. Sometimes you're John Hamm, and you're just like, I win. Fuck everybody. Sometimes you get, you know, a Benedict Cumberbatch, and it's like, ooh, you're gonna have to work with this one, man. You're gonna have to work with this one. But if you put in the work, by God, people are gonna remember you. Zombie Brush, thank you so much for that resub. How are you doing today? You gonna bring that face on Saturday? Yeah, man, I'll jump on. So Dr. Rhino and I want to have a conversation on his stream about Dune, because it is a relatively significant movie, and we both have strong opinions on it. And I have some bad opinions. Not bad opinions, negative opinions. Not even negative opinions. I have criticisms that I would like to discuss with someone who I feel will be able to present good counterpoints and also to accept my analysis and offer his own analysis in kind. I'd like to have a conversation about it because I feel that it's a very artful film, And I think that artful films, whether you like them or not, are deserving of analysis. So I think we're going to be doing some of that on his stream on Saturday, which I am looking forward to. Hey, Chewy, how you doing today? Everything but the carry-all. Yeah, the carry-all was a little goofy, wasn't it? I'm not, like, it was one of the only special effects that looked a little odd, with the big testicles that rose up out of it and elevated it into the sky. It was a little strange, and the fact that they had the... You know what, I'll save it. I'm not going to talk about it right now, I'll save it. Got my first prints primed and snapped the antenna off the Battlemaster Gimmish card. This is a known issue, and I'm sorry about that. This weekend, I'm going to go into those files. I'm going to take the assembly where the antennas are at. I'm going to pull it out. I'm going to make it a separate piece so that you can print the antennas, and then glue them down in. And that way, if you get a bad print of the antennas, you will be able to just do another one. Or if you break them, you should be able to pry them out and replace them. I feel like that's the best way to do it. Someone suggested making it just like making some little holes so that you could run like your own antennas in there. I don't know. Damn it, time stop. That's a good idea. We'll have to close it early if we're gonna do that. We could. I hadn't thought of that. That's actually not a bad idea. We'll see. We'll see. I want to get a little bit of work done on Sanguinius, and then maybe we'll just do the Storm Report early because I'm not expecting her for about an hour and a half. And next month, I want to do a Supercell paint stream again because I really, really enjoy doing this multi-streaming. And Dr. Rhino, I asked you about that, didn't I? I'm pretty sure that I sent you a message asking if you were interested in doing that. If you are, I'd love to have you on next month. And having someone who is in the North American region will mean that we can just start at the usual time, which will be great. But damn it, I love painting with StilaRebel. I'm willing to wait. Good things come to those who wait. And StilaRebel's painting is quite good. Quite good. Oh shit. You know what? I reached out to Dr. Rhino and Zombie Brush. I don't remember which one of you I asked about next month. I asked one of you about end of November. I asked one of you about end of December, and I can't remember which one. So I'll ping you after the stream and clarify that. Lordy lord. Know all about snapping antenna. Oh, pun expected. No. I feel like most celebrity faces are pretty handsome or weird looking because you remember them more. Yeah, it's a chicken or the egg thing, Robin. Because, like, if you just take a face, any given human face, and you put it in front of people enough times, and you say, this looks good, like, you get used to it, and that face will sort of become your idea. Okay, I'm certain that there are phrases for exactly what I'm talking about that I'm just too ignorant to know. But it's a sort of normalization. It's like, Tom Cruise is a weird-looking little dude, but people think he's handsome, because you've just seen him a bajillion times. Does anyone remember Tom Cruise's teeth before he had them fixed? Because they were a fucking train wreck. That's not a metaphor. They looked like a train wreck in his mouth. They were fucking awful. Watch him in, like, Taps. Anyone ever seen Taps? He was really young when he did that movie, and his teeth weren't fixed yet. And oh man, genetics were not kind to that short little man. Oh, this is gonna be it, isn't it? The fucking Scientologists are gonna come after me now. Stockholm Syndrome. I think that's slightly different, but I appreciate where you're coming from. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Dwegham has seen it. It's beautiful, man, as he's, like, shooting out the window with the fucking M249. It's the best scene in the movie. They're, like, negotiating the standoff with the cops, and then just suddenly bullets coming out of the building. Sorry, I just hit my microphone. And they go inside, and Tom Cruise is in the window, just laying them out. It's beautiful, man. It's been a long time since I've seen that movie. But yeah, his teeth looked like shit when he was a kid. Stockholm Syndrome was more closely associated with this stream. No, we're working on that, Captain Gingerbeard. That will be true when I can actually force you to watch the stream. I haven't quite nailed that down yet, but the best minds are working on it. The best minds, I assure you. Hang on, let me just I whacked my hand into my camera arm, and I think that I threw it off. I'm not centered. I'm not centered very well. Yeah, that's better. Did we capture Thunderhead, or did he capture us? Thunderhead is evolving. You gave him a lightning stone. Thunderhead has turned into Dickhead. Nobody wants that Pokemon. That's a terrible Pokemon. That's like having a Gyarados that evolves into a Magikarp. There's probably a better comparison, but I don't know any Pokemon past the original 151, so I work with what I've got. That's too easy, pun expected. I'm not touching that one. Let me finish my coffee here, and then we'll do a little bit of work, get warmed up, and Stila will be along before long. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, that's true too, Captain Gingerbeard. Not because I stubbornly refuse to acknowledge them, but because I genuinely don't know what any of them are. Like, I've seen pictures, and I'm like, oh, that's a flame cat lion monster. That one appears to be a leaf with boobs. Huh. Alright. Yeah, whatever. Sure. What was everybody's first? What was everybody's first Pokemon? Of the original 3. I'm talking fucking Squirtle. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh, this is terrible. Squirtle, Charmander, or Bulbasaur. What was your first? Dwegham's a Bulbasaur man. Roland's a Bulbasaur man. Chewy, we got a lot of Bulbasaur. Hamburg, the dissenting voice, coming in with Charmander. Captain Gingerbeard, I'll accept Pokemon Yellow. That was really early. It was just an alternate version of Red and Blue where you could have Pikachu at the start. I'll accept Pikachu. I was also Bulbasaur. Yeah, my very first was Bulbasaur. I started doing Squirtle first on some of my later playthroughs, but going all the way back to the beginning, Bulbasaur was my first. We got a couple of Charmanders in here, though. No love for Squirtle. Yeah, he was not, as powerful against a lot of the starters, but at the same time, who was it? What's his final evolution? Bulbasaur, Ivysaur... Oh, Christ, it's been a long time. Ivysaur... Big Dinosaur, Venusaur, thank you so much. Venusaur was really fucking good. You kind of had to dig through the Bulbasaur days for it. Skull Fairy was Squirtle. Oh, Skull Fairy. You just had to go and be different, didn't you? Kabuterimon. Is that a Digimon? Is that a Digimon? Because I never got into Digimon, but they all had names like that. They all ended with Mon. I remember that. Digimon was big when I was a kid, but I never, ever picked it up. I think I had one of the... You guys remember the little digital pets that Digimon kind of started as? Tamagotchis? I never had a Tamagotchi, but I had the little Jurassic Park version of a Tamagotchi that was a T-Rex, and then I had a Digimon. Briefly, but I never went further than that with it. He looked like a turtle. Turtles are cool. Skull Fairy likes turtles. I don't have that clip queued up. That's really specific, but this is the part where I would push a button and the I Like Turtles kit would come up. Just imagine it in your head. Or go to YouTube and watch the clip and be like, ah ha 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 ha. That Thunderhead totally just played this clip and it was funny. How timely. Ooh, this should keep me going. Do a little warm-up. Still have a few details to go on Sanguinius here. Start my oil palette up here. Vodka? In coffee? My god, man. I would at least have filled it with Baileys. Am I not turtly enough for the Turtle Club? Why does everyone remember that scene? Like, I remember that scene. Because that was what? That was Master of Disguise with Dana Carvey. That movie fucking sucked. Like, it was a terrible movie that nobody remembers anything about except Dana Carvey trying to get into the Turtle Club wearing the ridiculous outfit and dressed kind of like he looked like a turtle. Going, am I not turtly enough for the Turtle Club? Turtle, turtle. Yeah, like, everyone remembers that. I guess that's it. We all just saw the trailers. It was like an early meme. Bella knocked. Bella knocked. Welcome in. How you doing? How you doing, Bella? Hang on. You know, just reminded me I need something to drink. I just finished my coffee. Guyver Ice, who I called Guyverice, as if he were a Frenchman. Guyverice. Ooh, wait, no, that's not French. That's like
here at Thunderhead Studio, Italy. We specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
More and more and more. Yeah, it was like French mixed with Italian. That was no good. That was no good at all. Thank you for getting that shout out done, Data Nerd. Guy Leduche. But yeah, Guyver Ice. That took me a long time to get. I don't think you ever corrected me. You could have. Guys, if I say your name wrong, please feel free to note in chat, hey, you did that wrong. I don't guarantee that I'll fix it. I think it took me like 6 months before I stopped calling Sumathil like Sumatriptan and Sumalama Ding Dong. But I'll get it eventually. It's pronounced Dave. Alright, give me 1 second. I'm gonna grab a beer right quick. $40K survey? 40K survey? Hey look, I found a graham cracker on the counter. I have no idea what it was doing there. I hope it wasn't there because it was like bad or dropped on the floor or anything, because I've already started eating it. Floor crackers. Yes. Yes. Yes, DFW.com. The first bite was mine. I found it, and it had this perfect little bite taken out of it, and I was like, ah, fuck it. Oh, Sumatha, thank you so much for that resub. At least you can pronounce my name correctly these days. You know, with enough practice, it turns out you can do almost anything. Does anyone remember... I'm just going to say a phrase, and you tell me if you remember where it's from. Nobody wants to eat... Rather, I'm sorry. Because who's going to steal a pair of half-eaten Choco Pants? That's what it made me think of. Pardon me, I didn't plan on eating a cracker, but it was there, and I realized I wanted it. Oh no. Oh no, Bella. No s'mores. I will eat almost anything. Take that however you like. I don't do s'mores. I do not do s'mores. I don't know what it is about them. I've done them a few times. I've done them like over a campfire. I've done them at home over the stove. I don't like them. I'm not a big marshmallow person in general. I was never even really a fan of like those awful marshmallows and cereals that everybody loves. Your Lucky Charms, and I think let me put it this way, the last time I can remember buying a box of cereal with those little dehydrated marshmallows in them, it was a box of Spider-Man cereal. I want to say that was in the mid to late 90s, because it was like associated with the Spider-Man cartoon. Yeah, no, Hershey's is garbage. Hershey's is terrible chocolate. Like, you grow up eating Hershey's and you're like, this is chocolate and I enjoy it. And then you have literally anything from the European continent and you're like, oh no, oh shit, I could have been having this the whole time. Hey, Ion Raptor, good to see you. Yeah, no, it's like oil or something, isn't it? It's not chocolate. It's just bean feces. Okay, well, I wasn't gonna take it quite that far. But you know, we all have our opinions. I mean, they could have changed it back at any point between now and then. Come on. So I'm no longer bottling my own pre-thinned oils, and this is something I'm going to discuss with Stila a little bit later, because she's been having this problem too. They just, over time, they just dry out. There seems to be nothing I can do about it in these plastic bottles. This was a great way to get me started oil painting, was bottling my own and pre-thinning them. But these days I'm switching primarily to just taking it right out of the tube. With that in mind, I've moved my tubes to a position where I can access them much more easily and more readily while I work. Let's get a little phthalo blue. Try to use my palette sparingly tonight. We're going to be painting Samhain a little bit later, and thankfully he's going to be a fairly straightforward paint job. I'm going to try to get as much of him done during the stream as I can, and if you guys are out there with your own painting table set up and your own Samhain printed out, please feel free to paint along. We're going to be talking about our thoughts as we work on it. Tubin'? How lewd. We loot everything around here. So with that in mind, I'm going to use up as much of my paint that I bottled as I can, but as this gets used up, I'm not going to be doing this again. Yeah, I upped mine by 300%, because I wanted him to be a big boy. This is one of the things I love about 3D printing, is that you can do that pretty freely. I wanted some more room to work with for the texturing. Hey, Nanotanks, it's good to see you. A little titanium white. Where are my synthetic brushes at? Here we go. Phalanx, Windsor and Newton. Blending and sundry brushes. Have these ready to go. And get my other Phalanx brushes out in case I feel like using them. I really am quite liking these Game Envy, this Game Envy Phalanx set that I picked up. If you're gonna be oil painting, I really do recommend a set of these. There's a point in acrylic painting when you shouldn't go below a certain size because the paint tends to dry out on the bristles unless you really know what you're doing. They're just not that useful. In oil painting, though, you can go fucking tiny and you don't run into that problem. So I'm really, really loving these teeny tiny brushes. I found, disclaimer, I am in no way, I'm not sponsored by dick. Like, nobody fucking sponsors anything I do. But Game Envy are like my favorite brushes at this point. I've had some bad experiences with Winsor & Newton. Okay, that's putting it strongly. I have used Winsor & Newton for a long time. And do you want to be sponsored by Dick Chanpopo? I appreciate the offer. We've all got our little proclivities. I used them for a long time. I had a couple bad batches, just brushes that didn't work very well, and it has been a little inconsistent over the last few years. I got some of the Artist Opus brushes, and I don't like them. For how expensive Artist Opus is, I have not found them to be significantly better than almost any other sable brush out there. And in fact, if you look at what they charge for their dry brushes, I think that that's like an Alienware situation. People are paying for brushes that come in nice wood cases and say Artist Opus and are sponsored by their favorite top-tier Instagram painter. They're not actually better, and I wouldn't use them. Game Envy, meanwhile, has some really fantastic brushes for not a lot of money. I'm talking like $8, $9 a brush. Often less if you can get them on sale. Significantly less if you get them in their sets, and very high quality for what they are. I haven't used the Raphaels. I've heard you talk about them before, Drew, but I've heard some other people recommend them as well. Ooh, a Bella Noct sponsorship? Oh, we're gonna have to do that one on OnlyFans. Alright, I'm gonna do a little mix here. Get some of my white and just a touch of Phthalo blue. And a touch of my phthalo green. Ooh, that green really overpowered it. Let's get some more blue in there. That's more like what I'm thinking. I might start adopting a palette cam in the near future. Stila does it, and it's a feature of her stream that I really quite like. I might copycat her. Nobody tell her. It's a reasonably light blue to work with. Hey, what's up, Gus Schultz? How you doing? Yeah, she's, like, crazy organized. Here's the thing, like, I'm not that organized just in my brain, so I don't think that I can do that. But I do admire how organized she is when she paints. This is the one thing that might stop me, actually, from doing a paint cam, is how self-conscious I am about the mess that I make of my palette a lot of the time. Touch more green. Turn this into a nice turquoise color. Yeah, that was it. Just needed a touch. Have to get good neutral lighting on it, I think. So, what I've been using to set up my painting, or rather my recording situation out in my game room, are some webcams, like stream cams, that have their own built-in ring light that you can modify the light level on. I have one of those over my dice tray so that it has its own dedicated light, and it's actually pretty nice. Think of the memes! Won't someone think of the memes? Alright, let me come in here and try to do a little detailing on the body glove part of the armor. Oop, that's a bit much. That's a bit much. Let's not overdo it right off the bat, shall we? The texture here is fine, and I just want to pick it up. I don't want to overpower it.
I know you're really focused, Thunderhead, but your camera is not.
Fair enough. course, I'm kind of overpowering the texture anyway. I might just come back in a little bit later and give it a wash to fix that. That's no big deal. Huh. I got like a really shallow depth of field right now? I think I do. Hang on. Yeah. I had this set up for my other recording, which means my ISO was, my sensitivity was really low and my depth of field was super shallow. That should be better. Because it was like every time I moved a little bit away, it was going out of focus. This, by the way, that I'm using today, this paint handle is one of Thunderdome Drew's war grips, which we were talking about a little bit in Punexpected's thread in the Storm Report, which I don't normally view, but I was tagged, so I popped in there. And it's basically this and my own paint grip are what I use these days. Why am I painting the underside of his palm but no one's ever going to see? I don't know. We're just going to do it anyway, okay? Side of his elbow here. I'm making a mess of it. Oh well, this is why we're warming up. Nothing a little oil wash later won't fix. All I really want is a subtle little splash of color in there anyway, just to add some interest to the piece. That's most of the spots that it's even visible. I guess there's some on the knee. Let me see if I can get some of that. Seal it before doing an oil wash on top of the previous oil paint? So far, I haven't. Generally speaking, I try to be as lazy when I paint as I can possibly get away with. And thus far, I have not had to do a seal before putting down an oil wash. Now, depends on how you want to do the oil wash. If you got a lot of surface area, you might want to put down like a gloss so that it will go around, you know, wash around quite a bit. Like I said, I have not found the need with my applications yet. I always try to do it lazy, and then if it doesn't work, I'll put in some more work. Gus Schultz. Subscribe for Jesus, Gus Schultz. Has it really been 11 months? That's insane. That's just crazy. Gus, thank you so much for that resub, man. Ooh, fantastic. Worried about the wash picking up the previous layers. Just wait for the previous layer to cure. If the previous layer has a couple of days to cure, it won't pick it up. In fact, oil paint, once you've allowed it to cure, becomes pretty fucking tough. Like, I've never had an issue like I have with some acrylics of the paint like wiping off of hard edges or anything like that. Once the oil cures in a layer, you gotta like dig into it with your thumbnail or a blade to get it off of there. So one of the things I like about oil paints is that they're surprisingly resilient. You can be pretty confident that your Mini is damn near bomb-proof as long as you primed it well. Oops, that was a bit much. Shit. Now, let me reiterate my usual policy when painting is to go inside out, which is to say that I start at the interior portions of the model, the deepest parts of the model, and I work my way out to the upper surfaces usually. I've not done that in this case, and it's biting me in the ass now as I try to reach past parts of the model to put in details. It's my mistake. I knew better. I did it anyway. It's just much easier to do the fine detail when you're not having to reach past an already painted part of the figure. And you can just not worry about where you get your paint and then clean it up later. But as it is right now, I don't really want to clean up the gold. My God, Kursala, what could you possibly mean?
Ass crackling thunderspun. Yeah!
I can't believe I have a button that does that. What's up, Roland? We've been playing some of that, the Cycle Frontier lately. Everyone seems to have been having some fun with that. I've been really enjoying it. I'm looking forward to the full release of that game. I have turned into a little bit of a monster, as I noted on the video game chat earlier. There's only so many times you can try to be friendly and, like, announce yourself to people before you just start capping people in the head before they know you're there, because it's like, I want to keep my stuff, and you're probably going to attack me. The number of people who don't even try to communicate with me, I think that they just panic and start shooting at me, and it's like, if I don't kill them at that point, I'm just going to lose all my stuff for no benefit, and they don't even know what the hell they're doing. I think maybe, I think of it as it's a better lesson to them, you know? If I shoot them in the fucking head from a few hundred yards with them not knowing that I'm there, so that they know standing in the open is a stupid idea. And as a bonus to this, I then get to loot their backpack. I'm justifying terrible things at this point. But that's what I've done. The drop that I did this morning and a few late last night, I see somebody, they don't know I'm there, and I'm like, pop, if they're wearing a white helmet, pop, one shot, they go down. If I shoot them in the head, they don't go down, they have a green helmet on, and I probably get the fuck away from them. I am a cowardly prospector on Fortuna 3. I made a suggestion on their online survey, and I think it could be cool. I don't know, like, if this is the sort of thing that could be abused, but I like the idea of, because as it is right now, they have a matchmaking system in the cycle, where it puts you on servers, like it calculates your average gear pulled out of any given mission. When you're pulling out, it'll take like the credit value of what you're successfully evacuating with, and it calculates that into an average. And then it will put you on servers with people who have a similar average. So if people are looting a lot, but the problem with this is that if people go in just to PvP and they don't loot a lot, then they can get put on servers with lower ranked people. So I suggested, like, if you have a high percentage of player kills, like a lot of player kills as opposed to player deaths, you attacking people, you should get put onto servers with other people who are looking to fight like you are. I'm not quite sure how you would balance that, but I'd certainly like to stop running into people who are, like, just bringing in PvP gear because they like killing me and they're not even trying to take my stuff. That would be nice. For some reason, all I can see is 50s curtains. Oh, it's a cat pelt. You see? There's the cat face up there on his shoulder. It's a skin. I thought a bolt left a white helmet person on 1 health or whatever. No, a bolty shot to the head with a white helmet will just straight kill you. With a green helmet, you'll survive with, I think, like 20 health. Which is why I always wear green helmets even if I'm not taking green armor. But I've finally gotten to the point now where I have several green backpacks, several green armors, several green helmets, and I feel more confident bringing more money into the mission with me. I've gotten good at not getting shot, and once you learn the map a little bit, if someone starts shooting at you, you at least know where the fuck to go. Need to be mines and traps. That's a cool idea, Roll. You know, that's actually a good idea. Something you should suggest in their little online survey when you log out. Because, yeah, being able to set up, like, you should be able to set mines and traps and have it, like, despawn when you get a certain distance away from it. Like, it should be useful to set up a little area for gathering or for looting an area, and then as you move away from the looted area, that should despawn or deactivate. That would work, I think. I like that idea. So, like, they should be expensive or difficult to make, but being able to drop a claymore as I go into a building would be fantastic. Sounds like every ARC server ever. You know, here's the thing. I've run into a surprising number of actually really cool players in the cycle, and I don't always kill everybody. I'm about 50-50 running into dickheads who shoot first and ask questions later, and people who want to, like, team up and do stuff. I've actually formed impromptu teams with people who didn't seem to know what they were doing in the game, and that has been nice. Sometimes people will just go with you. That's kind of what I like about the game is, like, yeah, there's some incentive to kill people, but working together, that's the thing, too. There are, excuse me, I was checking Discord real quick. There are puzzles in the game that require multiple people to pull off. Particularly at the base camp on the first map, you need at least 2 people to pull off the primary puzzle to unlock the main loot room. So if you're not in a team, you can benefit everybody to work together. Now the question is, do they then murder you as soon as you get the door open? This is a risk-reward that we have to measure for ourselves. Noise traps as well to let you know if someone walked behind you. Yeah, that would be good. That's a good idea, Dweghom. I'm going to make both of those suggestions next time I log out. I like the sound decoys. I started using those. You can throw a decoy and it sounds like gunfire. Those are really useful. You can chuck those pretty damn far and then run the opposite direction. Or if there's like a fork and you're running from somebody, throw the gunfire in one direction and run in the other. That works decently, I've found. Hey, what's up, Negative Charisma? How you doing? It's a really fun game. I don't normally enjoy Battle Royale style games, but I'm getting a lot of enjoyment out of the cycle. Alright, let me get some red. Excuse me, let me get a little red going. Probably going to play some of that after the stream tonight. I'm finding solo runs to be honestly easier than team runs, just because when you're solo running, you run into other solo players. And if you're running in a team, it spawns you on servers with other teams, and teams are very difficult to fight. It's a real, like, you're going to run into teams, and they're more difficult to fight, but at the same time, you have teammates, so you have more awareness, you know? Teams need to run a number of times to get the maps down, because a huge amount of the game is like knowing what's where and how to get where when. Woke up with a kitten mewing from the other room. Oh my god, are we gonna get to see these kittens, my feet? Because I want to see these kittens. I demand that the cat tax be paid. I find it really easy to survive solo, Roland. Once you get a few basic tricks down, you learn to be patient and you learn how to hide. If you sprint and crouch and release everything while you're crouching, you will do a power slide. And I'll usually like sprint and slide into bushes. If there's a cluster of bushes, I'll slide into one bush and then I'll move to the next one over and then listen. But a combination of those two things can actually keep you alive a surprising amount of the time. Oh, they're real fresh. Alright, fair enough. That's very responsible of you, Mafik. But when the time comes, you best pay up, man. Cat tax is very real. Shoulders barely visible, but I don't want to get that deep red in there. All the October stuff I had planned piled up, and I don't know what to start first. Just reach into the pile and start literally the first thing that your hand touches. I mean, that's as good a method for selecting it as anything else. Or if you want to be more analytical about it, ask yourself what you're most likely to use in a game, what your basic unit is, and start there. Those are my two suggestions. Oh god, no, Arkwraith. It sits on the shelf and it taunts me. All I did was design and print the damn thing. You expect me to paint it? Oh my god. How you doing today, Arkwraith? Mostly just for painting. Oh, well then I would go with whatever you like the best. Wouldn't overthink it much past that. Mars 3's just been sitting. Send it my way. I want a Mars 3. I got a Mars 2. I'm looking to pick up that Mars 3 when I can. What's your experience been with it so far? Are you liking it? Oh, I would have put that together eventually, negative charisma. I was thinking like, which name is that on the Discord again? Designs an entire 3D printable dropship based on a concept sketched by Project Dark Fox. Professional art, an entire TRO, and yeah. Have you finished painting one yet? I painted most of one. That kinda counts, right? It's about the thought. It's about the thought. Conceivably, maybe. Most of it's done, so I'd count it. I appreciate that, Data Nerd. I'm gonna use that as my justification. Data Nerd said so it counts. Damn, his eyes are really just only visible from one angle. I painted them, though. Oh, well. Probably a waste of time. Alright, let's get a little bit of our CAD Red Deep Hue. That desaturated out to a tone I'm comfortable with for the leather. And work on these tassels. This is the last part that's really kind of undone. Don't need to do a lot here, just need to kind of suggest them. So he can hide behind them. This is the first question I ask when I bring on a mod. How willing are you to cover for my ass? So far the answer has always been strangely willing.
Welcome everyone to Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Please don't.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. Don't do it. It seems like such a simple request, but please do abide by it. Sanguinius is a different story. You can show me whatever he wants. I believe it's official lore that Sanguinius does tend to hang dong. I need to do that scabbard. Let's throw down some raw sienna. I'm gonna do it like it's made out of wood, I'm thinking. That's why he has the wings. The Emperor was like, "And my most gorgeous of sons shall hang dong. I shall give unto him the wings, that it shall never touch the ground." He shall fly free as the angels. Wings flapping in the sky, balls flapping in the wind. Sounds legit to me. Really can barely even see his scabbard with the way this model is built. With that in mind, I'm just not going to spend too much time on it. Might have to come in and do this area with a little bit more of my gold colors. Grab a touch of my pale rose blush. A good example of one that is really starting to dry up. Mix, mix, mix. Myself an extra light skin tone here. Come in and do some touch-ups on the face. Don't want to do too much. Just kind of the shape of the brow, tip of the nose, upper lip. Cheekbones. He has a very aquiline face. Those neck muscles just a touch. Not a lot, just a touch. Can barely see it. How you doing, Unexpected? It's good to see you, man. I think the gold touch-up will be the very last thing I do before I seal this guy and call it a day. Get these studs here and these little eagles flapping behind him. Not really eagles, they're just sort of winged ornaments. That ought to do it. He's come out pretty good on Raptor. Like, as I go over him, I definitely see things I might have done differently. Some things I might want to improve, but I think this is one of the better pieces I've done. The better single pieces I've ever painted at this point. He's got some good splashes of color. He's got a decent composition. He's very, very yellow and warm overall, but he's got blonde hair and he wears golden armor, which I went very brassy with. But then the wings were an opportunity to work in purples and blues, and I think they actually came out pretty good. And humorously, some of my favorite work that I did on this guy is on this gold halo behind his head. But behind his head? God damn it. All the way behind his fucking head. And I realized that when I put his head on and it just vanished. I was like, oh. Well, I feel silly. Add a little sheen to his hair here. I don't normally do sub-assembly painting. This is one of the first times I bothered. I usually have the attitude of, if I can't reach it, nobody's going to see it anyway, so screw it. In this case, though, I was painting this mostly as an art piece, so I left some pieces off while I worked on the body. And then when I attached them, I realized, like, oh, they just straight up cover up some of the work that I did, and I could have skipped that. But it's intended to be a learning piece and a practice piece anyhow, so it's not entirely a loss. Ease some of that out a little bit here. It's a little harsh. Oops. There we go. Oops, the wrong brush. I haven't really done anything with his purity seals. I guess I should highlight those up and maybe do a little text on them. He only has the one. As far as I know, I didn't attach any others. That's pretty good. And a good amount of contrast. I'll probably come in and put just a little bit of text on here, but I'm going to wait. Can't see most of it anyway. Wonder what Stila's status is. We probably got a little bit before she's going to be coming on. Yeah, looks like. Resaturate this red a little bit. It turned very pink very quickly. A little bit more color isn't going to hurt anything. Distinct from all the little jewels and everything, but it should still be a little redder. I like the look of the sword, satisfied with that for the most part. I might come in and just do a little pure white over it. A little titanium white, just to punch up the contrast a touch on a few spots. That is the purpose of this right now, is just doing some final detailing and punching things up where possible. When it comes to doing edge highlighting with white, where you're really just trying to add actual white and not blend it into your base color, I found it very helpful to wait for the base to cure and then do white over top. There are advantages. There are advantages to letting your previous coat cure before you continue painting. Depends on what you're trying to do. It's definitely good for freehanding. Well, I'm glad to hear that, Pun Expected. I hate that feeling. When the model, like, leaves your hand when you drop it, and you know in that moment, you're like, well, there it goes. I don't know what the damage is going to be, but there's going to be some. And it's a roll of the dice at that point, and not like a fun one. It's in the hands of the gods. But the gods are capricious. I also hate that feeling, like, if I haven't painted something yet, but I'm building a model, and you know that chain reaction that happens sometimes, you have, like, a little piece in your hand, and you drop it, and it, like, bounces off your desk, into your lap, off one leg, off the other leg, onto the floor, and you're, like, scrambling after. That's a terrible feeling, when you just know it's going into the nether zone. Terrible feeling. Go. These are teeny tweaks at this point. I'm just trying to kind of strengthen the overall look here. Ooh, yikes. Yeah, floor vents can be... Yeah, if you have floor vents in your modeling space, for the love of God, cover them before you start working. I've had that problem in the past, too. Just have something that you put over them as a matter of habit before any good build session. While it's possible to crack open a floor vent and get your arm down in there and pull it out, it's never, like, easy or pleasant. Oh, is that how it's gonna be, Stila? Is that what it's come to? Looky, I'm mostly finished, Stila. Aren't you proud of me? I'm proud of me. I can see a number of things I might do differently if I were to do this again. I can see some things I might want to change, but I'm forcing myself to step away from this one at this point. I'm gonna do one or two more gold touch-ups after this, just where I noticed I had missed spots. And then I'm gonna do a little bit of basing on them, and then this is going to go to its final home. Hethrir has been very patient with me. He sent me this model, and then I just sat on the unassembled thing for God knows how long. Stila. How did your multi-stream with Pun Expected go, by the way? I was not there for it, but I heard good things. I think it's funny, the little splashes of that blue-green in his palms and at the joints of his armor actually does, now that I've highlighted it a little bit, actually does quite a lot for the overall look of the figure. That little bit at his wrist and his elbow, at his hip, the inside of his knee. It just... I talk about composition a lot and how those little splashes of color can help to break up the big blocks of it, but oof. It, in my opinion, does a lot visually for the whole figure. Simple, but effective. You know what we may do? If we've got about a half hour, StilaRebel, I may go ahead and just start the storm report and get through it, and then we can just paint for a little while. I think we may do that. I hope that doesn't throw anybody off who might have been planning to come in and post the storm report a little bit later. Those folk can post to our next one. This was suggested by someone earlier, and I think it's genuinely a good idea. Because I'm feeling fairly warmed up with my oils right now. Feeling pretty good about where I'm at with this figure. Most of the rest of the work I want to do on it, I'm probably going to do off stream, because I need to put him on a base. He's just stuck into a rubber cork at this point, and his base needs a little bit of work before he's going to be ready to deliver. That'll work out then. That'll work out, Data Nerd. Short is just fine. Let me clean my brushes real quick here so they're nice and fresh. Ooh, excuse me. Oh yeah, Thunderdome Drew, you might not have been in for a little while. This is a thing we're doing now. Storm Report is now limited to one picture, with the notable exception that you can redeem right here for channel points this just in to get an extra slot in each Storm Report. Up to 2. So you can still get up to 3, but you gotta redeem that twice if you wanna. Just a way of keeping the whole thing a little bit more under control. Just I got back from playing Kill Team Scions versus Necrons, and he won by 1 point. Those are always the best games. I love games that are super duper close like that, where nobody's dominating throughout it, where you still have a chance to take it back in the last round. You never feel bad from those losses. The big nasty losses where somebody just gets a total lockout, those don't feel good to me from either direction. I'm glad you had fun then, Ren. You have to jump into the cycle here at some point. We got a lot of people who have their beta keys for the cycle. The Road SLAs? Define SLA. Oh, road bases. There are some FDM printable... Oh, God. I was thinking Battletech. I don't know why I wasn't thinking about it. He has the files now. He has been working on getting them up. I can't say specifically when he will. It should be in the immediate future, Dwegham, and I will post on my social media the moment they're available for sale. This is the downside of producing things as rapidly as I have over the course of the year, is sometimes he winds up a little bit behind on his release schedule, because that's one of several files that he's going to be getting listed. But keep an eye on the social media, and it will be in the immediate future. Not at all. No. I still think I mostly sell BattleTech files. So he said Road, and I was like Trinity City Road. I thought those were all... Oh, no. Okay, yeah, the old Market Road. I just reprinted all mine because they now... Actually threw out a bunch of the ones that I had painted before and did all new ones, because the most updated version of them have these little voids in them so that you can attach them to these trays. These things are fucking amazing. I'm using this in tandem with the magnetic connectors, because they're both kind of, they each have their strengths. But for the most part, when you're not working with an oddly shaped or oddly sized unit, like, if this were to go down to 2, I would pop one of these trays out and I would use the magnetic connector so you don't have this big chunk hanging off the side. But when I'm in the full 3, this is just such an easy way to move the unit around the table, or between tables, for that matter. This is an overall superior system for most applications. So all of the bases I make from now on are going to have these little voids. And also these trays do work with the standard Parabellum War Games unit stands. Will command upgrade indicators be available at the same time? Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Those are all wrapped up into the same file set. I have my whole army up there just waiting to get paint on them at this point. Alright, let's go ahead and phase on over into the Storm Report, check out what we've got, and then we will come back and do our multi-stream with StilaRebel.
Alright, locusts and gentle mechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glowed paint and wet palates with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report, brought to you by viewers like you.
I need to come up with some kind of like visual for when Kat is talking that can play on the screen, so that it's not her talking and me just like staring dumbly at the screen and moving things around, because I imagine that looks silly. Alright, let's see. First up tonight we have from Mafik. What do we got? What do we got? Working on that high gog, as it were. High gog with my breakfast because I just woke up. And what a lovely way to wake up. Waking up to Mecca. Ah. Not Mecca the place, Mecca like mechs. I realized that sounded a little funny. Best part of waking up is high gog in your cup. No, that's not good. That doesn't work. Xeon in your cup? That could be a thing. We could make that work. Fuck the Mecca. I want some biscuits. I don't even know what kind of biscuits these are. I want to eat them, though. They look delicious. I love coffee. I probably drink way too much of it. What an adorable little Mickey Mouse mug. Little squat legs on them. I really am continue to be impressed with the sheer amount of articulation they have through these big, long, wangly arms. Surprisingly posable. Get all the singing out before you get in my stream, please. I'll just work that out of my system. Well, nice build on that, Mafik. Hope you're having a lovely breakfast. Walnut cookies and coffee. Ooh, that does sound lovely. Just lovely. Here we have from Zombie Brush Studios, Craven from Marvel United. I continue to see these figures pop up from time to time. It's not a game that I'm particularly interested in painting the figures for myself, but I love seeing other people's work on these funny little chibi Marvel figures. Craven the Hunter is always a fun character. Interesting use of colors on this guy. I like the contrast between the skin tone and the leather that he's wearing. A little bit of green around his feet really helps to differentiate him from the base there. Love the sort of cel-shaded comic book styling that you do so well on the details on his base. I particularly like the fact that because of the like a stone spearhead that he's got here, what with being Craven the Hunter and all, perfectly matches how you painted the stone on his base. It's a nice touch. A little bit of continuity there. So clean. Such clean work. How many lights do you have on your photo booth setup? The Zombie Brush. And I only ask because we have some strong shadows when he's leaning forward, like down on his chest, on his vest and everything here. Yeah, and he has a really pronounced brow, which also puts his eyes in kind of a deep shadow. And you may benefit from, only you know your lighting situation, so take this with a grain of salt. You may benefit from at least one more light, a really heavily diffused light that's just coming like dead on or slightly off to the side. Personally, I have 3 lights. I have one from above, and then I have 2 from either side. The goal being to eliminate essentially all shadows on the Mini for the color to come across. And that's all. I only mention this because we are getting some heavy shadows on his chest, particularly for minis that are like leaning forward in an aggressive pose. And it just prevents me a little bit from making out some of the details on his vest. And from admiring, of course, his manly, craven chest. And I would so love to see it. So love to see it more clearly. Your style is so bold and interesting. It's always a shame to miss any of it. I just watched that episode the other day, Roland. Can I just mention something, by the way? On that note, Roland? Captain Jellicoe's a great fucking captain. And he gets treated in that episode like he's some kind of dick. And honestly, the part of that two-parter, I'm talking, by the way, about Chain of Command, parts 1 and 2, from Star Trek The Next Generation, season... Three? Was that season 3? Was that later? That was relatively early on. There's no way it was as late as season 5. No, I can't remember, though. Yeah, Captain Jellicoe, played by Ronnie Cox. What did I say? I said Jellicoe, didn't I? But my point is, he gets treated like a dick by the narrative. And he gets, exactly, StilaRebel, he gets treated by a dick, he gets treated like a dick by Riker. And then Riker is being, like, obstinate, and he's confined to quarters. And was that 6th season? Jesus Christ, Ion Raptor. I didn't realize it was that late. Oh, yeah, that was a good one, too, Dweghom, yeah. Who was the second in command when Data was captain? He got temporarily assigned to a ship, someone was second in command, and I can see his face. He's an actor who's been in a bunch of other things. But he was like, everyone's uncomfortable following a machine. We don't believe that you could possibly lead it. And everyone was like reacting real negatively to Data's very matter-of-fact, very logical command style, but Data was totally on top of it. It's a similar dynamic to what we got with Jellicoe, except we know Riker, so we sympathize with Riker. But yeah, Riker gets confined to his quarters. And Jellicoe has to, like, go to him and beg him to do his job. And that really kind of irritates me every time I watch it. Because it's like, Riker is in the fucking wrong in that episode. He's absolutely 100% in the wrong. Jellicoe knows what he's doing. He knows how to handle Cardassians. As he says when he's talking to, because Picard comes to him, and he's like, give everybody some time. And he's like, look, Captain, you're going on a suicide mission. I'm going into a negotiation with a hostile alien race that I know extremely well. I'm taking this ship into battle. Like, almost 100% that's what I'm doing. I don't have time to give people time. They need to do their fucking job and do it right now or we're all gonna die. I'm like, yeah. That actually makes a whole lot of sense. And then when it comes time to deal with the Cardassians, he handles them really well. But yeah, then Riker's like, you're being mean to us. Yeah, you expect us to do our jobs. They confine him to quarters. Jellicoe has to come to him and like beg him to be a pilot again. And I'm just like, what am I supposed to take from this episode? Because all I take from it is that Riker is kind of a bitch. And after numerous times watching it, I'm just more and more irritated by Riker every single time. Does Jellicoe die in the Dominion War? That's sad. Fill in that Games Workshop customer survey like an angry Klingon. I don't know how I got on this subject. Let's keep going. Oh, here we have from Unexpected. Want to see the light in my eyes die in less than 30 seconds? I think I have my sound off, and I apologize for that if so. Are you gonna play? Is it just not gonna play? Just gonna sit here? If I jump forward, it jumps forward, but it won't play. Well, that's stupid. I just get the spinnies. Let's do stop motion. Okay, we're going strong. Here's the mini. It's in his hand. It's looking wonderful, by the way. I'm loving all the detailing. Going forward a second at a time here. Oh, we can see it starting to go wrong. I feel like... Oh, no! Oh, there it goes. Oh, no. Okay. I don't know how... I don't know if I can take this. I don't know if I can take this, guys. Let's go forward real slow, like. It's out of his hand. No, it's hitting. We can see the dismay in his eyes. Oh, it's landing. It's rolling to one side, all the delicate bits. That wasn't too bad. Oh, we can see the absolute dismay in Punexpected's face there. It might be off screen, and I apologize for that. My setup is not well geared to doing full screen video. Watch people die inside. Oh my god. Oh, Punexpected, I'm so sorry. That's terrible. Drax! Welcome in, dude. How you doing? Can we get a shout out for... We already did that. Damn it, Data Nerd. Can you let me say it? Sometimes. Just so I can pretend like I'm doing anything in this stream? You're fine, Data Nerd. Thank you. Yeah, it's never a good feeling. At least it just hit the desk. At least it didn't hit the floor, Punexpected. It could have been worse. Let's look for that silver lining. Sam Mini, welcome in. I saw you were streaming earlier. I didn't get a chance to stop in. I hope you had a good stream, man. Here we have from Thunderdome, Drew. Oh, goddamn. The reds and the yellows with that black. Interesting basing work on this one, too. Now, the base looks like it was put together by hand, if I'm not mistaken. I do so much 3D printing these days, I forget that we can do that. Actually build things like hobbyists. Yeah, we got the start of a really interesting glow effect going on here. I was going to say, I like this as well. It reminds me of some of what they did in The Desolation of Smaug. With the sort of internal glow, vroom, 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 you know? And the magenta base is a trap. For whom? I'm really liking the glow here on the inside of the wings. Like it's where the meat of the arm meets the membrane, so it's kind of glowing out through the thinner flesh. And then, yeah, all the way down the throat, like you can see the fire coming up from its belly. A little bit under the arm here where that meets the torso. These are lovely. Yeah, Sumitha, I agree. Please post these in Showcase. I'd love to have another chance to look at these. Actually, a pearl shift from magenta to cool violet, but good luck catching that on camera. It's one of those that you're only going to get in person, huh? Lordy lord. Lovely. Lovely work, Thunderdome, Drew. Damn fine. Here we have from Kursala, Tiny Hand's former teacher was giving away a piano. Her kids don't play it anymore, so we were the lucky household who got it. Her husband and son put it in the moving truck for me, but I had to bring it through the house with a mover's dolly. At any rate, it's here, and I keep playing with it every time I walk by. You gotta do the Bill Murray. You do the you know, because ghosts hate that. Drives them nuts. No Ghostbusters fans? Yeah, no, Showcase, you can post anything you want. Anytime you want, Drew. Well, you know, this is the kind of thing where I'm just... There are a few things sadder to me than an instrument having nowhere to go, than an instrument being destroyed, being disposed of, winding up at Goodwill, winding up in the dump, winding up wherever people eventually have to drop it. If an instrument is destroyed by accident, that's one thing, but just having to be retired like that, unless it's completely worn out. I mean, if it's still useful, it should be with someone who wants it for something. And that you were willing to give this thing a home. It's a lovely, simple little piano. It seems like it'd probably be a good one to learn on. Is it all tuned up and functional, I should think? If a teacher had it, I would assume that it got a good amount of use but was kept in relatively good shape. Someone else would have grabbed it if we didn't, then you scored. Looks like it could use a little bit of restoration work. But I assume that Kursala is all over that. Little reupholstery could do the bench some good, you know? Just moved it so it needs to be tuned again. Yeah, I guess that's true. If a piano gets moved, you pretty much immediately have to tune it again. The whole thing's gonna jangle about. I am musically incompetent, so this would be mostly a display piece in my household. Still, nice get, guys. Here I have from Sumitha, Operation Lancaster Thunderhead exclusive preview. On Sunday, sketches for the 2 customized battle mechs were shared. First of these was the Black Knight, that was heavily modified by our own Cyber Knight of Metalcore Collectibles, known as Carver. Tonight, we feature another machine created by a member of our little community. I proudly present the Legacy redesigned by our own Ion Raptor, known as Isorla. This 80-ton monster was already a pretty good-looking machine, but Ion Raptor really pushed it into the realm of excellence. One of the really neat aspects of this design is that Ion Raptor worked to recreate the design language that Plog had created for a specific weapon used by the Word of Blake's 55th Shadow Division when he reimagined the entire Celestial Omnimech lineup for Operation Lancaster, a clan extended-range particle projector cannon augmented with experimental PPC capacitor. That is a long sentence. That was a very long sentence. 5 of the 6 Celestial Omnimechs that Plog reimagined for Lancaster are each armed with one of these weapons. Unlike any of them, however, this particularly vicious customized Legacy is equipped with not 1, but 2 of these lethal weapons. The reason why it's known as Isorla, well, one of the former clan warriors of the Dreadnought Battle Corps let his clan upbringing and customs boil to the surface when he claimed it as Isorla, the clan term for spoils of war, over open comms after bringing the beast down. Fortunate, because his own machine was destroyed not long after, having suffered significant damage battling this monster. It's basically like calling dibs. It's basically like everybody's having a real professional military day and somebody takes down a mech and not thinking, he's just like, dibs. And thankfully, the other members of the squad were like, you know what? Fair dues. All yours, bro. It's been awesome seeing so much of Cybran's work, and even Thunderheads, among others, given life by Matt Plog in the process of giving Operation Lancaster its visuals. It is awesome to have Ion Raptor join the party. It really is a pretty fantastic amalgamation of talent from really, really passionate creators, and I'm incredibly honored to be included, even in any small way, in Operation Lancaster. You dare ignore my dibs? Oh, clanners. Oh, clanners, they so silly. I continue to love, I love the hooves on this mech. I like the shoulders and I like the feet. The big, nasty tank turret shoulders. I love the little capacitors on those PPCs in particular. These little round dealies here. This is one of my favorite design elements. And this sort of widened out, this looks like you would do a glow effect right here if you were painting it. And yeah, it has these nasty hooves, as opposed to the more traditional toed feet. Yeah, it looked like they could shoot steam. Yeah, they look like a steam tank, don't they, Dweghom? They remind me of like the old Warhammer Fantasy Empire steam tank. Yeah, and those were the days, weren't they? The sort of visual juxtaposition of this rounded, very smooth cockpit section, the center torso, with the really blocky, angular side torsos is visually very pleasing. Dig the steam plow look to it. Yeah, I think it's particularly with these little slots in the front. It just looks like it wants to spit steam, doesn't it? I dig it. Really, really nice work, as always. And here's from Ion Raptor working on my battery to try to get it to Steel Warrior Studios, going super industrial with it. Oh, he's an ugly boy, isn't he? Ooh, I like it. This motherfucker looks more hunchback than the Hunchback, doesn't it? Like, I don't know. I feel like the Hunchback the Hunchback doesn't have a hunchback. It has a big chunk of its torso devoted to weaponry, but its cockpit is still relatively erect. It's more like it's carrying something on its shoulder. Whereas this mech here has like a genuine hunchback. He's all leaned forward and he looks like he's carrying all the weight of those weapons on his back. Yeah. I like this little turret right here. This is a really neat design element. Like a little like anti-personnel turret. If you were running around down here, this is what would be firing at you while these were focused on anti-mech duties. That's a crane with guns. An executioner doesn't have a giant axe. The catapult's missing a torsion device. Well, I mean, we could do this all day. We can, tear apart the 9 billion battle mech names. At a certain point, they were just picking things out of a hat because it had to sound cool. Makes me think of like early mech development, a militia machine sort of thing. Yeah, this is sort of my favorite realm of mech design. It's one of the things I really liked about MechWarrior Dark Age, were all the internal combustion engine modified agrimechs. Where it's like, well, it's got 2 legs, it has a gyro, I can run it. How many guns can we staple to it if we take off the, logging devices? Or, as a side question, what if we hardened the logging devices? How much armor could we cut through with them? Now you have my interest. Lovely work. Like a glitter boy from Riffs. Oh man, the glitter boys. I haven't thought about them in a while. Looks like it is, yeah, pile driver's meant to stabilize it, brace it to handle the recoil of its guns. Yeah, here on the back of the leg. Yeah. Yeah, like the glitter boy. Like it would lean forward and those would drive down into the ground and maybe it couldn't move while it was firing. Make a certain amount of sense, really. Gonna play up the PR disaster of naming a mech after a serial killer with this one. Write it into the story. They're like, oh, the engineers knew the name was unfortunate, but here we are. Oh, the Zaku. One of the classics, Burnsy. The Locust is smaller than the Grasshopper and can't fly. There's a version of the Locust with jump jets. Which one is it? There's one. There's at least one. This is, in many ways, sort of the problem. Not the problem. One issue with BattleTech is, so many mechs don't have any identity anymore because they just kept adding more and more. They kept writing TROs over and over and over and over again. And there are just so many different mechs of so many different styles, and then it's just every mech has 30 different variants, and then you get Omni-Mechs, and well, Omni-Mechs can be anything you want. And this is one of the reasons that I prefer 3025 for the most part, is because mechs in 3025 have identity. And when you're talking about variants in 3025, we're usually limited to 3 to 5 variants. So the mech still has an identity to it. Very, very, very nice work, Ion Raptor. And if we haven't gotten a shout out for Ion Raptor yet, we really, really should. Alright, let's switch this back here. That'll bring us to the end of the Storm Report, but in a Thunderhead studio first, not the end of the stream. Not the end of the stream at all. Oh, I thought I'd show you. We did a 3D sculpting stream the other day. It was my first time using... I would swear there is one, Sumitha, but I could just be... Maybe I'm thinking of the Flea. Is there a version of the Flea with jump jets? Maybe I'm just crazy. DFW Dwegham. Anytime somebody talks about a 4-digit number in BattleTech, they're almost exclusively talking about the year. Because BattleTech has a series of eras that it's played in. 3025 is sort of the classic era, and it's the year 3025, which is just after the 4th Succession War. It's sort of the post-apocalypse in space period, and then for about 25 years that's maintained towards 3040, 3050, the technology starts to go through a revolution. 3050, the clans invade, that's when you have the clan invasion, and that goes through... Shit, what year was Tukey in? It didn't go that long. It was only less than a decade, wasn't it? Yeah, okay, I was probably thinking of the Fleet. But yeah, you'll have 3025, you will have 3050 onward, which is going to be your clan invasion. 3052, you got the Amara Civil War, you've got your, but I almost said Butlerian Jihad, I've got Dune on the mind. You have your Jihad era. You have your Dark Age era. Depending on what era you play the game in, you'll have access to different mechs and different factions. I prefer 3025. It's cleaner, less complex, more straightforward narrative-wise, and it doesn't involve the clans, who I don't like a whole lot. But that's me. You kind of wind up picking the area you want to play. If you're familiar with 40k, it's like playing 40k as opposed to playing 30k, you know? Oh, hey, Drax followed me. That's amazing. Thank you, Drax. You know, I swear to God, Twitch unfollows people sometimes, because I've had to refollow people a number of times. So, yeah, we did a 3D sculpting stream the other day, just real basic stuff in ZBrush, but I thought I'd show you the ultimate product of that, since I haven't had a chance to yet. We just did this simple Battletech hill. The textures all came out real nice. I'm going to be getting some paint down on this in the near future. I've already done 2 more hills in this set. This is just a real simple 7-hex hill. But as you can see, using my new method, the delineation between the hexes is so much cleaner than it is on the old hill sets. We're going to be getting some new sets of these hills released, and then I'm going to be going back and doing a version 2 of our original hill sets to keep them nice and clean like this. It supports mechs so damn well. So damn well. But yeah, we made this on the stream. I'm really proud of that. It's simple, but you know what? We fired up a 3D sculpting program. We sculpted away. We put it on the printer, and a little bit after the stream was done, it was completed. Alright, folks, give me 1 minute. I'm going to take a quick bio break. Stila should be getting on any minute, and we're going to roll right on over into our Supercell painting session, working on our Samhain. I always think of him as Sackboy. I know Sackboy is another character, but I always think of this as the trick-or-treat Sackboy. I don't think they ever call him Samhain in the movie. We just watched it. They never call him that. That's just like what I think he's credited as that. This should be a nice, simple, fun paint job. We're going to lay into this when I come back. Give me just a few. I'm going to take a quick bio break, stretch my legs for just a minute, and we'll be back and we'll get painting. And if you have your own ready to go, please feel free to paint along. 1 week from today, next Thursday's Storm Report, please post, if you did paint along with us, please post your completed Samhain Sackboy, and we'll have a little conversation about our methods and our results. I like this idea of all of us painting the same mini and then sort of comparing our experiences. It gives us a nice baseline to work from, and I think we're gonna do one of these like once a month from here on out. Because the last one went pretty well. We didn't paint along, but we did, last time Stila and I painted together, we did our Judge Dredd bust. And I would encourage people, by the way, I'm going to get the next thread started probably tonight or tomorrow, and we'll get some minis picked out so you guys can vote for what we're going to paint next month. But this came out nice. Alright. I will be back in just a few, folks. In the meantime, enjoy this really pretty boring printing that I have going on. It's one of these, and thus not terribly interesting. You see I have all my my Sakurai done up for Conquest here, and these guys, all of their stands are sitting on this 3D printed movement tray underneath. This is what's printing, in case you're wondering. It's a really boring print job, and I'm sorry, but it needs to be done. So, that's what's on. This is where the tray really shines, is being able to have 6 trays nicely aligned like this.
If you don't respect the cat, you're gonna get the bap.
Riot sister.
Hello there.
General Cat Nobi, as it were. Alright, I'll be right back, and we'll get started. Get your Sackboy ready. Ooh. Ooh. That could be a really awful euphemism. You know what? Let's move on. And we are back, and we should have StilaRebel on voice now. Stila, say hi to the nice people.
Well, hello there. Oh no.
So the question is, how do you sound on the stream? I know we had some audio issues last time. You sounded a bit like a Decepticon, apparently.
Let me know.
Yeah, can you hear her, chat? Does it sound good? Oh, it's loud.
Can you hear me?
I can turn that down just a tad.
Whoops.
Well, let's not be.
Oh my god, yeah, I'm loud. Yep. Let me stop doing that.
I'll just turn down your, because you sound fine to me. I'm just going to turn you down on my end.
All right.
All right. I think that's probably better.
Okay. Let me.
Okie dokie. As long as you don't sound like a fucking Decepticon, we're good. Let's not be too critical of Unexpected.
Yeah, I don't know why. I sounded okay on Unexpected stream the other day, so might be.
Every single time I get onto voice chat on Discord, I ask people the same thing, because sometimes it just makes me sound like a robot.
Yeah.
I think it's just Discord.
So
it works most of the time, but when it doesn't, it's very frustrating.
Hold on, let's do things properly. Hey, Brush Brigands, welcome to another painting session, and we're live. All right, now we're live on my stream as well.
We got 2 streams going. Oh my god! Oh my god! Grim Nation Hobbies was told that you were a robot, apparently.
Oh no. Was I?
Hello, StilaRebel stream. We're gonna be talking over each other all night and constantly getting it wrong, so get ready for that.
Thank you, Rockin' for the follow. Welcome in. All right, we got what do we got here? I got a dog mug. I got some coffee ready because it's early for Tiny Stein, but I do have a Tiny Stein as well.
It's not early for me. I'm getting drunk.
I know. I'm gonna make you drink. Hold on. How do I do that?
Oh no! Please don't make me drink the beers.
Damn. I can't. The layout of the multi-stream doesn't let me do that. Anyway. Okay, we're looking pretty good next to each other. Ah! Fuck you!
Ooh, what's that fancy base you got there?
My it's I forgot who it's from, but it's a basically just a piece of broken board. Isn't it cool? It even has a hole in it.
That is pretty nice. I like that.
I know.
I'll put mine on a base once I'm done, but for the moment I've just got him on his painting handle.
What? Yours is not on a base?
I very rarely paint bases and minis at the same time.
I can't work like that.
Tragic.
Come on. Oh, and Tavistan, welcome in. Hello.
I'm gonna get your stream pulled up separately so that I can see mine without delay. It throws me off.
Yeah, I know, it's really weird. When you move in your stream and nothing happens, it is very odd. There you go. Here you are.
Oh, I see that, Ren. You're painting some Cadians? You know, we're gonna reset the storm report after the stream, so you can go ahead and get those posted.
There you go.
Where is it? There we go. StilaRebel. Let's pull that up.
Hey, Hagorn. How you doing? I sure love people with understandable names.
It's DFW Dwegom, but I understand the confusion. It's the name of it's where he lives, and then it's his faction in Conquest.
Jesus. Sure.
No, it has nothing to do with
DFW
Jesus.
Dwegom. Uh-huh.
Oh man, oh man. Alright, now I can see you properly and myself properly at the same time. This is magnificent.
Me too. That looks great. Yeah, if I do it like this... beautiful. Oh, now I can actually see the sync with your face. Oh, isn't that great? Awesome. So, hello my chat. Hello Thunderhead's chat. There you go. Oh, hi Unexpected.
What did you prime with? What is, I haven't asked you. I've noticed the last number of models you have this kind of cream color.
Let me show you. It's MIG ammo, one shot.
Okay.
Prime. Basically, it's like, I'm told it's the same guys that make StilaRebel, but I cannot get StilaRebel in where I'm at.
Really?
So, nah, it's hard. I'm gonna try, but couldn't get it. So I got this from Europe, and it came pretty quickly from Spain, I think. But this is pretty much the same thing, sandy color, and works pretty well for me. They have every color of the rainbow. Black, white, blue, green.
Because I'm pretty well in love with my just prime black and then give it a gentle zenithal to kind of guide my highlighting. This is my standard for basically every mini that I paint.
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of like I like this one. Sometimes I do the black and white, but I've been doing this kind of color for a while. Hold on, though.
Sumitha, you have a fantastic night. Thanks for being here, man.
Yeah, bye, Sumitha.
So now I upped mine. I know a number of people just printed who are going to be painting along on this guy. Just printed it at the standard size, which I noted was very small. He was only like an inch and a half tall.
So tiny.
I was surprised at how small.
28mm scale or something? Really tiny.
How much did you increase yours by?
I think I just made it so it would fit onto like a 35mm base, so I don't know exactly how much, but it's about 2 inches tall.
Okay. I went with 300%, so mine's almost 4 inches. It's like 3.5.
Oh, it's pretty big.
Yeah, I wanted to get the texture of his sack mask.
The sack mask. Yeah, the texture is there. It's really nice. Did you read the description on the file? Apparently, nobody knows who made this.
Really?
Kinda.
I didn't. I just downloaded it. I didn't really read.
The description said something like, I'm gonna upload it here. I don't know who made it, but it was free when I got it, and I can't find who made it. So,
well, whoever you are, mysterious sculptor.
Whoever you are out there.
Thank you. Now here's the next question, Stila.
Yeah.
Have you seen Trick or Treat?
What? Can I skip this one?
I'm afraid that we don't do that here. You're in the hot seat, girl.
Okay, so here's the thing. Let me sip my coffee. I didn't know there was such a thing called Trick or Treat.
We actually watched it.
When you got the file, you did?
We watched it on our Discord movie night just like last week. You could have shown up. You could have been on Discord. You could have watched it.
Well,
all you had to do was wake up at an incredibly inconvenient time, basically in the middle of the night for you. That's all you had to do.
I mean, don't you do it on Saturday? Because I think that's my game day.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, our movie nights are the last Saturday of every month.
Yeah, that's game day for me.
So little Samhain here, who again I don't think he's named in the movie.
Really?
He's credited under that name.
Of course, no, he's not. He's not. I've seen it.
Yeah. Oh, of course, yeah, because you've seen the film.
No,
naturally, and reiterating things that clearly we both know because we both seen the film.
Oh yeah.
He's
so prepared.
A nasty little pumpkin-headed monster who looks like a child. Who, if you violate the rules of Halloween, specifically in the movie, the two people that he goes after, one of them blows out a jack-o'-lantern before midnight, and the other one is not giving out candy. He murders you. He slits a woman's throat with this broken-off lollipop that he has in his hand here.
Yeah, so I heard a few things, because that was really funny. I just thought he was just a sack boy, and
he's a monster.
One of those little, those little dolls or whatever. And then I gave it to my printer guy, and he said like, "Oh, I watched that movie." Oh my gosh, shit, it's a movie. And that
it's
was
a fun movie too. You should watch it. I mean, again.
Yeah, I heard. I will. I probably will now.
There you go.
And
so he's a pretty simple paint job, which I think is a good choice for us, since we can actually get a lot done tonight.
What colors have you got down on the palette?
I'm gonna fire off some burnt umber for his mask.
Ooh. Oh yeah, burnt umber is gonna be a major thing here.
Yeah, probably for his mask and his gloves and his feet and his candy sack. And then I'm thinking sienna to start off his jumpsuit, and then go up into like Terra Rosa and maybe put some orange in there. because his jumpsuit, his PJs that he wears are very, very orange.
Yeah, I've got a few image references. At least I did my homework on that. Funny, because I've already started painting.
Ooh, Paintwater Sommelier, thank you for the follow. And also, hello, Dumbfo. I do apologize. We are multi-streaming right now. I may not be quite as attentive to chat as I usually am. I think both Stila and I are kind of regarding this as good practice for us. Hopefully we do better this time than we did last time.
I have to say, after another stream with Unexpected, it got a lot better looking at chat and at 2 streams at the same time. I was able to prepare a little bit better this time. I've got already the palette ready, not like last time. It took me an hour just to get the palette going.
I'm going to go ahead and get started with my sienna. That's what I'm going to do.
There you go. I started with the base. Some dark colors.
We are both using oils tonight. Surprised you're going to do this again.
That was a lot of fun.
Said not until you could kick Stila's ass. I don't think I said that. That doesn't sound like me. That's crazy.
Oh, I heard a few things. I was lurking when you started streaming.
Supposed to keep that a secret, chat. Oh my god.
You also said you were gonna copy my palette, just like I am the only person that uses a palette chem.
Oh no, that's a lie.
I know.
Yeah, no, I'm deeply ashamed of how messy my palette is, and there's no way in hell. Like, I think that's one of the most clear indications of the difference between you and I as human beings, is that you're capable of doing that. Because I'm not.
I'm not doing anything. I'm just putting colors on the palette.
In a very organized fashion.
Nah, shut up.
Tevistan, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream.
Oh, he's over there now.
This is our cleverly constructed ruse to share follows.
Oh, yeah.
So how's the streaming been going, Steel? I haven't had a chance to catch you for a little while.
Yeah, so I thought it would be fun to have just a bunch of reds, and I even got this guy over here. I don't know if you have them, but I got the fluorescence orange down on the palette just because it might be fun to put it on the lollipop.
Yeah. The only orange I have, I've got cadmium orange, and then I've got cadmium scarlet. I don't have any of these fancy fluorescents.
I actually have cadmium scarlet down on the palette too.
Nice. That's a good pick. It's pretty orange.
It's really cool. Do you have the Williamsburg Fanchon Red? Vista is everywhere.
I do not.
He's here, he's there, he's everywhere. Vista. It's Williamsburg color, and on the barrels, it is crazy stain. Let me show you. Wow. There it is. So, for reference, this is cadmium red deep, and this is Fanchon red. It is, and this is wiped paint.
Okay.
So
you see what I mean?
You see
she does she tests her paints out on a standard piece painted to a standard shade, so she knows what it's like. Look, this is fucking crazy. I fly by the seat of my pants only.
I just look like I know what I'm doing. Anyway, back to painting.
Absolute madness.
Man.
Are you really painting if you're not completely making it up as you go? I propose not. What you're doing is something else. I'm not sure what it is.
Getting into the philosophical now.
What even is paint?
What is paint? I don't know. Paint is fun. So I've been really enjoying the madder colors.
Yeah.
Which doesn't mean more mad, just the ones that have madder in them.
I figured, yeah. I like the colors that are really pissed off. I put them on the palette and I just talk. I'm like, you paint. Acrylic is better than you paint. Your pigments are so weak, paint. And if I do that long enough.
So I'm doing a base of purple matter actually, mainly for the
so fancy. It's so fancy.
Shirt. No pun expected. I have not mixed the fancy blue yet. I have to. I don't know if Thunderhead knows, but I'm looking into mixing pigments.
I've heard that you've started doing this more. You're following in the footsteps of our Lord and Savior Wapelius, long may he reign.
Well, here's the thing. I'm trying a different thing. I'm trying to make just oils from pigments, so just mixing pigments with oils. And I got these little cute tubes that I'm gonna try to put them in. These little cute tubes. So I'm gonna make like oil tubes, and I got some Japanese pigments and.
Ooh, and then you crimp them on the end?
Blue. Yeah.
Nice.
But I had the chance to get this crazy blue called, what is it called? Yinmin blue? Have you ever heard of that one? It's
I think I've heard the name. I haven't used it. Obviously, I haven't used it. You gotta mix it.
Like,
I've heard of the pigment.
It's super expensive. It's a new pigment they found, apparently. I don't know.
I think I heard of it because you were talking about it last time I was in your stream. That seems like where I heard of it.
So basically the plan is learning how to mix the pigments with something a little cheaper that I've got, and then doing the Yimmin Blue on stream and seeing if it lives up to all the buzz that it's been getting. I don't know, I thought it would be fun.
That Wigham made a note here. There is an inaccuracy in this model, in that
there is
in the film, the pants of his PJs are seatless. His little butt can stick out.
Oh.
So I'm gonna have to have words with this sculptor. This is unacceptable.
Whoever, that's probably why they went rogue.
If we can figure out who the fuck it was.
They realized that they fucked up, and they were like, "Oh my god, I can't show my face anymore ever now."
Shameful.
So we're gonna do some Fanchon Red action here. I wanted to show you ask you something, but I forgot what about this guy here. I forgot. Oh yeah. Is he wearing like fingerless gloves or something? Like
his gloves are kind of ratty, and his fingertips stick out the end.
Okay. Yeah, pun expected, right? It should paint itself. Ooh, look at that. Nice.
Oh, Wigham was referencing something else, but he's absolutely correct, and you can see it in the movie. Because there's a scene when he gets in a fight with Brian Cox, and Brian Cox blasts him with a shotgun multiple times.
So we have Sackboy and Cox. That's the kind of movie you want me to watch?
Why did we have to go there? I'll have you know that Brian Cox is a storied, legendary, venerable actor with a long career. And he does not deserve to be besmirched by the likes of you.
I'm sure he doesn't. The world isn't fair.
You're getting all crazy with the colors over there, and I'm being super direct over here because I'm just like only just getting used to the use of oils.
Seeing some browns and whatnot. Oh, I heard this saying about you're kind of moving away from the not the tubes, the bottles.
Yeah. And that was something I was going to ask you, was how your experience has been. Last time I was in your stream, you were experimenting with using a little glass bottle like you would use for, fingernail polish.
Like this one? I'm going to show you how it's going. I think you can see. Okay, I'm going to tilt it now. Can you see how, like, half of it stays there and half of it goes down? That's the thinner separating from the paint. I do not like this. Yeah.
Not working.
They actually, and these are the fluorescents, so I think we're more prone to separating. So they
really, really kind of just do better just resting in the tube until we're ready to use them, I guess, huh?
Yeah, I think so. Like, I put little metal balls in here, but I can't even hear them. So, I
was hoping that you would landed on something there, because I like the pre-thinned until it starts to separate, and then I don't anymore.
I
like
know.
it at all.
I know. I'm pretty good without the pre-thinning. Pre-thinning feels like, you know, putting wheels on your bike, and then after a while you could use them, but you don't need them anymore.
Well, when I got started, I had no idea what consistency I wanted at any given time or how to manipulate the paint, so it was really very helpful. But more and more, I'm feeling more confident in just using, in thinning the oil as I'm putting it down. I have a much better feel for it, so...
DFW was asking if I've used a vortex mixer. I don't have the vortex, I have just the shaky thing. That would probably help, but you would have to keep shaking them like every other day.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I saw the vortex mixer suggestion, and that is the issue, is you just have to like set aside a part of your hobby time every time you sat down to mix all your paint, which I am not gonna fucking do.
Yeah.
Like, could I do it? Yes. Am I gonna? No.
I guess if you have the vortex like set up on your table, you can just like and before using them, but I don't mind the tubes.
Mind-numbing. If the alternative is just squeezing it out of the tube and then thinning it, I'm just gonna do that.
Yeah, Pun Expected saying even with the vortex, the bottles will still slowly cure because they do contain oxygen.
Yeah.
A little bit.
There doesn't seem to be an easy way around that.
Yeah. A random thing that I found out about linseed oil. I was looking up how to make paints and all that. And there's someone, you know, they're saying you're going to have a bottle of linseed oil that slowly starts getting air in it because you're using it. So they put glass marbles in it to keep the level up.
Huh. Just to reduce the amount of empty space.
Yeah, but I guess that would be more for the linseed oil, not much for... Like, it'd be a little messy with an oil bottle.
Well, you still have as much air as you would have when it was new, but you won't be increasing the ratio of oxygen.
Mm-hmm. And Grim Nation says that the rich sun oils are very soft and no need to pre-thin. That is a thing. Some oils work very well out of the tube, and then you get some of the Williamsburgs, like you know, the Egyptian violet, the ones that are very pigmented. They're a little hard, so those are the ones that I'm like, oh man, I wish I had maybe a little bit of a thinning going on there, but apart from that.
Data and Voltari sounds like you're having the same problems we've had. The pre-thinning separates, evaporation changes the consistency too often, and yeah, like, my pre-thins right now, I'm not going to be making any more, I'm just using what I've got, but between bottles, yeah, the consistency is wildly inconsistent at this point, which is an ironic turn of phrase.
Yeah, I guess it's a good thing to do in the beginning, but Datrin, if you're seeing my palette, all of the bottles that are in there are, apart from the orange, are solidified paint. It's pretty...
Like, my cadmium red Deep Hue right now is solid paint.
Yep.
Yeah.
Can't even squeeze
I might as well have been squeezing it from the tube at this point. I gotta roll the bottle up like a tube of fucking toothpaste just to get it out.
Yeah, it's sad, but
you know, like I said, training wheels. I struggled with even getting started until I did the pre-thin, and now that I have done the pre-thin, I feel a lot better. And I feel very comfortable thinning right from the tube.
Yeah, a pre-thin helps you understand how the oils work too, I think. Like, gets you to know the paint.
Yeah, it works nicely.
Oh, I forgot to ask. How's your audio? Can I hear it, or will I be talking over all of your audio clips this time too?
Well, so far nobody has busted out any audio clips, and I didn't think to shut that off, but I may just go ahead and disable it.
But then people
We don't
will
multi-stream
go
that often.
live
There's nothing wrong with changing the format a little bit.
But you know how people are.
I got good chatters. I got a good community. They'll understand.
You do. Man, I just
Welcome,
thought
everyone,
that we could have
to
like a little
Thunderhead
audio
Studios.
There goes
The
Chaotic.
only rule is
Please don't show me your genitals.
have fun, be safe, and above all,
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. Just insisting that nobody show me their genitals. This is an important voice clip to have.
Please don't show me judges. For the love of God.
Whoa. What was that? Was
I've heard it
I
a few
just
times.
mocked? Unbelievable. Should I start doing my best Stila? Is that the direction this is gonna go?
You already have. You and your Stila goes.
You do. You literally just did it.
I do. You made me
But
realize
that's
that
the
is my
extent of
chat
my impression.
reading
I haven't taken it any further than. Let's not escalate this incident any
No.
further than it needs to go.
Otherwise, we're gonna have to start calling each other with mock names of each other. Like, so I'm Lightning Feet, and you're not a
I get
rebel.
it. I get it because it's the obvious. It's the opposite. I see what you did there.
See what I did there?
Yep, that's pretty clever. Stila conformist.
Stila Kufor. Oh my god. There you go.
All of your punk rock cred will be completely lost.
Man, do you ever think what would happen if, like, 16-year-old you met you now?
I would not like me.
Yeah, exactly.
Neither one of me would like the other me.
I think the thing would go both ways. I'm like, what are you doing, you little shit? You don't understand anything about life.
You think everything's gonna be so fucking great. You have all these aspirations, you dumbass. You have no idea. None.
I would still go to a Rancid concert with her, though.
I think we would both enjoy a Sabaton show. That much is at least true. I'd be like, look, you little shit. Let's just enjoy some metal, okay?
Only thing is, I think she'd be happy to know where I am right now.
At that point, like, I don't know what I would think of where I am in life at this point.
Oh no, I meant physically.
Like 16-year-old me,
physically.
I'd have to explain to him. I'd be like, look, dude, the army isn't what you think it is. I know you think this is gonna go one way, but it ain't, buddy. It ain't.
I don't know. I would just tell her, like, you know what? You're doing good. Just do your thing.
I would encourage young me to do more art. Because young me did
that's
not
a good
value it very much.
That's a good one.
Thought other things needed more focus, and if I could go back, I'd be like, you need to practice more. So that by the
Maybe
time you're
she's
my
up for
age,
the
I'll be
host.
better at this.
Man. So, I'm all sponged. Nice. Nice little, simple pre-glaze. We haven't done just a messy pre-glaze in a while, actually, so that's a lot of fun. Because I've had a lot of tiny miniatures and very, what's the word?
Sort of finely detailed.
Delicate, yeah, finely detailed
Yeah.
pre-glaze. Thank you.
This is more broad areas of color.
Oh yeah, I was kind of happy to do a bit of a more big miniature like that, big details. Never done a chibi either. I wasn't even sure it was a chibi because it does look pretty similar to the.
Yeah, it's
The
it's a slight exaggeration, but he does have a giant head. The biggest exaggeration here is the size of his eyes, because
Yeah,
his eyes are just little
buttons.
buttons on the original one.
They're huge, but I'm glad they're that big though, for painting purposes.
Definitely makes it simpler. Yeah, I
I
thought
like the,
something with simple colors, where we're not trying to do anything too complex, would be particularly good for what we're doing here.
Yeah, that's nice. Let me fix my light. That's better. You gotta make light fixing noises.
Is that the light fixing noise?
Mm-hmm. That's a lot of noises.
Mine is more of a... That's what I do.
There's a famous Italian comedian trio that does a lot of that stuff,
like Michael Winslow style sound effects.
They get into the car and like close the door and they go stakunk, stakunk.
That is kind of the sound, though.
It's the car window going down is and stuff like that.
I'm taking advantage of the button eyes to work in a slightly cooler black, I'm thinking.
Ooh. Yeah, I wasn't sure what black to put in there, so for now I'm thinking about it, but I'm gonna start from the base. I like starting from the base because the base is something I always forget about. It's something you never want to work on. You're actually really good at that stuff.
Where the fuck are my sponges? Stila, did you take my fucking sponges?
Yeah, I did. They're all here. Shazza Gaming
bullshit.
knows Italian bad words, kinda. Did you auto-censor yourself for Twitch?
I found them. Avash took one. The good news is I have plenty. I bought the Artist's Choice brick of sponge that's gonna last me for the foreseeable future.
Nice. Look at that. That's that's some. I get them from my 100 yen store.
Is that like a dollar store?
Yep, but it's a 100 yen store because we're in Japan.
I guess that makes sense. I've recently become loosely familiar with exchange rates for Asian monies because I watched Squid Game. Like everyone else.
Can you believe that I watched it too?
You've watched that, but not Trick or Treat? What are we even doing with our lives?
I think it was actually a lucky timing that I had a bit of time to. I kind of watched it in like 2 days. It's really
very bingeable. I think it's best binged because if you let it rest too long, parts of it don't make any fucking sense.
Oh my god! The spoilers everywhere. Spoilers everywhere.
Oh yeah, okay. Fair warning. We're probably about to spoil Squid Game. Just so you know.
Yeah.
I'll tell you right now. If you've watched the first episode, you can guess the ending. It's really not that hard.
Well, it's...
Except for one twist that is so stupid you'll never guess it because it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Also, Shazza Miniatures Den is awesome. I love him. Shazza was saying that she's learning Italian bad words from Miniatures Den.
Oh, the bad words are the most important words to learn, though.
Of course.
In any language.
I meant to ask you if you watched Squid Games.
Do we even have to talk about the big twist? Can we both just say it's dumb and doesn't make any sense? Because it's really not very interesting.
So I think people are divided into factions. The twist is dumb, but it didn't ruin it for me faction, and the twist is dumb and it ruined everything for me faction. Which one are you in?
I don't feel like it ruined anything, because you can just not watch the last episode and not miss anything at all.
But that's the thing. I was so happy until the last episode came about. And I felt like the last episode kind of...
anything. And then they tried to explain it, and their explanation was terrible.
But you know what ruined it for me more than the twist in the last episode?
Huh.
The last game.
The last game had nothing to do with anything.
Well, the last game completely annihilate... Okay, go.
Let me zero that in, because I agree that the last game is the worst game. I think the game before that... Was the game before that Marbles? Marbles is the best game.
Yes, it's pretty good.
Marbles has the most character development and the weirdly the highest stakes, and I really, really liked it.
And that was a good twist, because everybody's like getting up together, and then it's like,
That was a solid way to play people against one another, and I thought it was really quite clever. The last game, isn't a children's game. Is just nonsense.
You're talking about the glass thing?
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. Squid Game is the last game.
Yes.
And
but
it wasn't a game. It was just two men fighting.
That's the thing. You name your show after that, and then you don't have them play. They literally
did. The best moment in it was when he crossed the neck of the squid to become the secret inspector, because he did like this badass walk. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna fuck you up. And I was like, ooh, this is gonna be interesting. They're gonna play the game, but it really just came down to them stabbing one another.
And they become Hollywood. It became a knife fight under the rain. Complete, total Hollywood. And it's like, no.
Well, like, the existence of the VIPs already kind of spoiled a lot of the show, because Koreans writing dialogue for English-speaking actors is some of the funniest shit.
We got that in Japan as well. It was fucking awesome. I had a lot of fun.
I know that kind of threw a lot of people off. I found it hilarious. I love it when they do that, because it's just nonsense.
It's
I always wonder what the English-speaking actors are thinking when they're performing it.
Oh, they're dying inside. I met some people.
I'm getting paid, but they want me to say it like this.
I met some people here in Japan that lives out of that kind of stuff, and some of them take it with philosophy. Like, I knew a male model here in Japan, and he was like, so, you know, an English photographer will tell you, now move your head to the side, now do this, now do that. And in a Japanese one would be like, now do happy pose, yes.
Now do the peace sign.
Yeah. But now, what disturbed me is that they made both the two last characters go completely out of character.
All the way down to the dude stabbing himself in the neck, which was like...
Yeah, which was like...
Why did we spend so much time developing that when your back is to the wall, you will choose yourself above all others, if when your back is to the wall, you're going to choose someone else?
Exactly. So what made you change? Nothing. Same thing with the other guy. He was always the nice one, and now he just wants to straight up kill the other.
I would accept the argument for... I don't even remember the guy's name. I would accept the argument for the asshole one that if nobody was gonna win, he would prefer that somebody wins. But even then, that's pretty weak.
I don't know. Also, Gi-yoon, when he threw the pocket sand, he could have won right there and then, and that kind of took me out of it.
Yeah, he could have just stabbed him.
Yeah, well,
if that's what he was doing.
He could have just ran past him and take the thing.
Yeah.
It was, that last one really threw it off for me. Anyway.
See, it was the glass panes that threw it off for me, because that's not a game. Nobody plays that.
Yeah, nobody is. It's not fair for everybody. It's just stupid.
Yeah, there's nothing interesting about the way that game plays out, and furthermore, it's not based on a children's game. That's not a game.
No, it's just.
And it's like in a big circus tent, and then at the end of it, the glass explodes for no reason at all?
For no reason. Oh, just because Kan Sae-byuk needed to hurt herself.
One of my favorite characters.
She's really cool.
she gets fatally wounded for no reason.
For no reason at all. So,
literally no reason. It doesn't connect to anything. There's no reason for it to happen. They don't talk about it. It's just like, we're gonna blow up the glass now. Okay.
Doing the brush thing over this texture feels so good.
Yeah, it's like it goes down really nice, right? I'm about to get to that myself. I'm finishing a little bit of sponging here.
Did they at least play snakes and ladders as pun expected? I don't know.
Again, Marbles was the best game. I've watched it twice.
I enjoyed all the games, like even the one where they have to carve out the little cookie and
the honeycomb or whatever they called it.
Honeycomb and the rope one. The way that they show
Tug of War.
I love the visual. Yeah, Tug of War. The visuals of when the old guy is explaining how to win and they're showing you how they do it. That was really good. I really enjoyed that.
That played out well. I agree. The way they had him tell all of the tips while they were in the elevator, but then we don't learn about it until they're doing it, and they're lining up their feet and they're leaning into it, and it's all about strategy, and I'm like, this is interesting.
That's great.
Because they're all unified and they're working towards this team goal, but what they're working towards is horrifying.
So now let me remind you of this. Now that you know the twist, that moment is kind of ruined.
Oh, it absolutely is. Again, I watched it another time since my first time watching it because I was like, okay, now that I know the twists.
Oh, wow.
Also, the entire police storyline was really, really dumb.
It didn't go anywhere, really.
It doesn't go anywhere, and the very first thing that he does is commit an unnecessary murder against someone who he doesn't know is a bad guy.
I didn't really need to be shown the flaws of that corporation or whatever it is. I think it would have been a lot better if they kept it that it's, you know, mysterious and flawless, and like they show you that it's a bunch of assholes that they can't even tell that there's an armed guy with a phone coming into their. It's a stretch.
Well,
it's a big stretch.
I'm gonna disagree with you.
Oh.
Because showing the internal operation of the organization, specifically showing that the oppressors in their coded masks are also victims of the system, is important.
See, I didn't need
knowing
to see that.
The stormtroopers with the guns are no more in the know, like a little bit more, but not much more in the know than the people going through the game. They are similarly victims of the overall system. I think that's important for the story.
I don't know.
Because we're all being, the idea is we're all being played off of one another for the benefit of a very, very privileged few. And even those of us who are slightly higher on the totem pole are still essentially slaves to said system. If we're just talking about the, like, strongly anti-capitalist metaphor and social message.
But is it though? Because for me, what was really good about the whole series was because it spoke of, sorry voice, it spoke of human emotions and how people react to that extreme situations. I didn't really care about the capitalist part of it. So for me, it was all about those characters being thrown into the game and how they were trying to survive. So
the game was set up very much like the game on the outside. The game outside and the game inside are very similar. In fact, the game inside is arguably more fair because the rules are clearly defined, whereas the rules on the outside are not clearly defined. But the race is still the same, and it still turns us against one another in just the same way.
Yeah, well, if you need
this is what I got
to
from
show
it anyway.
the inner workings, though, don't make them so stupid. Make them.
They should have found a better way to do that than the cop, because the cop was boring as shit.
Make it harder for him to go in. Make him actually find out how you become one of these guys legitimately.
Make him good at infiltrating, because he's like infiltrating Merlin Models, thank you very much. And he's like every 5 seconds someone's like, why are you doing the wrong thing? And he's like, oh, I didn't know I'm new. And they're like, you're not new, I know you, we talked yesterday. And he's like, oops, whoops, my bad, I'm gonna go over here now. The fuck was that?
The Morse code cough was pretty cool. I'll give them that.
It didn't go anywhere. They did it one time.
Yeah. Well, because then
it was a neat idea, certainly.
Because the guy was like, dude, you missed 2 of our appointments. What the fuck's going on? But anyway.
It has a lot to love, and it has a lot of stupid. I think we mentioned, like, the final twist is just so fucking unnecessary. And yeah, when you watch the scene, you're like, okay, so he doesn't get killed because he's the guy, but what about if he had lost literally any game other than that?
I don't know. I think.
How would he have survived if he lost at Tug of War? Would he have just accepted his death then?
The thing is, you know, at some point I heard someone say that a good mystery happens when you leave the details there for the viewer or the reader to see. And then when it's revealed, you're like, oh, okay.
You have to be able to put it together.
The whole twist happened because of something that happened off camera and they didn't show us, so there's no way that we could have been putting it together. And that makes it feel cheap.
And this is why I watched it a second time, is because I asked myself, are there clues that I missed that I could have put together? And I can say, no.
No.
A good mystery, you don't put it together, but when it's revealed to you, you look back on it and you go, oh. they did tell us. But no, they didn't. Not one goddamn time.
You know what's a
And
really
furthermore,
good mystery
it's
story?
meaningless.
Yeah,
It's utterly
exactly.
meaningless. Because
That
his
makes
explanation at the end, he's like, why did you do it? I was bored.
I was bored. That makes
Oh.
sense.
Fuck you, man. Like... Yeah.
You know what's a good
I'm sorry,
mystery
what were you saying?
story?
Huh.
You know what a good mystery story is?
I know some good mystery stories. You talking about a particular one?
Well, one that I can think of. Harry Potter.
Huh.
Harry Potter is a fantasy novel, or a mystery story masked as a fantasy novel. It's actually a really good mystery story.
Insofar as a lot of
elements.
the clues are presented in the first book, in that first encounter that we don't get to see between Harry's parents and Voldemort.
Well,
I would
there's
agree with that.
A lot, even in the secondary stuff. Like it's a really good mystery story. So I think I'm gonna get a little bit of light coming off from this side. That's what I'm gonna.
I'm similarly loving the texture on this sack head, by the way.
Right? I would just sit here, talk with you guys, and just paint the texture.
I'm kind of just picking where I want my shadows to be.
It's like basically self-painting highlights. It's great.
Can I give a special mention to English-speaking actor who bet on someone because their number was 69 and he thought that was hilarious? 69!
Oh, 69, oh my god.
Like, oh my god, this is...
Yeah.
I get that these characters are supposed to be just, like, disgusting, but... I don't know. That's a bit much.
There is... You know, that's an interesting thing, the whole thing of being a Westerner in Asia and see how they look at you. It's a very interesting thing. There are people that made a whole
I'm interested
career.
in this topic, and you should speak to this, because I'm curious
There-
what your experience with that has been.
I know a couple of people that made a whole career out of being the foreigner. There are some TV celebrities here, but there are actually some friends of mine that I met. This one guy used to be apparently used to live in China too before coming to Japan and being an English teacher, but they used to put him on, news programs and whatnot, just saying silly things. They're always, a place like Japan, for example, we don't get a lot of foreigners here. So it's always, they always look at you. They love seeing Westerners react to Japanese stuff. It's interesting.
I agree,
It's not-
Spaztech.
Ooh.
Just saying that there were overwrought, overlong dramatic scenes in Squid Game. This is a feature of Korean film. And here's the thing, too. I watch a lot of Korean film because I enjoy it. Admittedly, mostly the popularized ones that see international distribution. I'm not going to say that I, hunt out street-level Korean film that only Koreans are watching. I had, for a long time, I was a big fan of the original Old Boy, and then Quentin Tarantino got his hands on it, and suddenly it became popular over here, and then they redid it with Josh Brolin, and I was like, oh, well, now I'm not special anymore. Because I'm going to be like, hey, have you guys seen Old Boy? And they'll be like, yeah, you know about it because Quentin Tarantino. Way to ruin my gig, man.
Poor Thunderhead.
I know, right? I'm a big fan of, I really like The Host. I enjoy the Western film done by the same Korean director, Snowpiercer, which again has a lot of very, very anti-capitalist themes to it. Obviously, I'm a big fan of Parasite. Who isn't? That movie is fucking phenomenal. But I've dabbled in Korean cinema over the years, and so I'm kind of used to some of the tropes and the little idiosyncrasies that creep into it. Which is why I love when they write for Westerners, because it's just fucking hilarious.
It should be a little refreshing to see a bit of a different pace than the usual stuff.
Yeah. And like you say, it's sort of a window into how they think of us. And I always imagine the actors who do that, because, Like, I imagine they have other jobs. I can't imagine they're like full-time actors, because how many movies really have roles like that? It would be an occasional thing they'd pick up. But I'm sure they just fall into that. Like, they know how to take direction from a Korean director, which has to be strange, considering the bizarre way that they have to deliver their lines.
Yeah.
But I also see it as kind of a window into the mannerisms and attitudes of Korean actors, because I'm like, okay, if this is how they're seeing, like, if this is how they would speak English, then you can kind of get a little bit of, like, what emotions they're getting across with their own intonations when they speak Korean. Because that's a tricky thing. Those, you know, how your inflection is, how you raise your voice or lower your voice, the attitude with which you deliver a line, like, it all seems very, very over the top to us a lot of the time, particularly from Koreans. And Japanese too, but I think a little bit more so from a lot of Korean cinema.
Well, I don't speak Korea, but I can speak for the Japanese. Nobody acts like that. They actually kind of overact because, you know, in Japan people don't really show their emotions.
Yeah.
So they do this like
watch
overly...
Japanese television and it's like,
yeah.
Holy shit.
The Japanese television is made to tell people how they should feel about something. They literally have little windows with the celebrities reacting to stuff to show what the proper reaction is to something, pretty much.
But see, that's just it. It's sort of the dramatic version, because you watch American television, nobody acts like they do in shows.
No, exactly. It's the same thing.
Enhanced version of reality, but it also kind of gives you a window into just like how they think about drama, how those emotions are conveyed.
To be fair, though, I felt like for once...
I want to pretend that I've gotten any useful information out of this. I just find it interesting.
Yeah, but I felt like for once the people portrayed in that show felt more like regular people thrown into something than like witty one-liner actors that you would see in like a cape movie. So, you know, maybe the acting itself was over the top, but like the way that they acted, what they did, the way that they tried to rationalize things, they felt like more like regular people thrown into something.
Which I think is important for the genre. Have you seen Battle Royale?
I've read a bit of the manga. I know how it works, yeah.
How are you allowed to live in Japan and not have seen Battle Royale, Stila? I figured that they would make you watch that at the border.
Have you seen?
But that's because I'm an American and it's
shit
one of the
they
only
push out
movies that made it across to us in the 90s.
We got like 3 new mangas every minute coming out. I can't do
fair
everything.
Enough. Fair enough. The raid was not Korean. The raid was Southeast Asian. I'm not sure which country. Southeast Asia is a whole different animal, is my understanding.
Oh my god. Hey, should we do a little catch up on where we're at with our painting? What are you doing? What do you tell?
I'm applying... Ooh. Trying to get that sort of dirty burlap look here.
Are you doing like a red lollipop?
I have it based in red, and I'm going to come in with some oranges.
Nice.
I haven't really touched it. Anima LMR says Indonesian. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I wasn't sure where, I just thought Southeast Asia, so yeah, Indonesia.
It's like those countries that you're not sure which one is which, so you just go broad.
I acknowledge my ignorance in that case. I can tell you if a movie is Thai. And that's only because, and this may be the most racist thing I'm ever going to say in my stream, and I apologize to everyone ahead of time. People speaking Thai dramatically makes me laugh fucking out loud. It is one of the most absurd sounding languages, at least in a dramatic context. You get people in the middle of a really impassioned speech, and you get like this gang gang ho tekapakon, and it's like, what the fuck? Like, that must sound better if you're used to hearing it, but for me, it just sounds like a fucking slide whistle in the middle of a scene. And I apologize to any Thai-speaking people who might be in the stream right now. This is terrible of me to say.
No, but it's true. I feel like languages that need to have those accents, like, you know, they have the tones, for example, in Chinese. it kind of throws off your expression, because you have to do that long vowel. You have to emphasize on that one word or something. So that's interesting. I like that stuff.
I have to agree with Gimishkar. I do like Tony Jaa a lot. I haven't seen him in anything in a while. As far as film martial artists go, though, Tony Jaa is really hard to beat. That dude knows what he's doing. He manages to do real martial arts in an entertaining to watch way, and that is very, very rare. Usually real martial arts are fucking boring to watch.
Yeah.
Like, if you're really into the subject, they're pretty cool, but if you're just like, I want to watch a movie, they're really dry. But this dude, like, launches himself through walls and punches people with his knees and shit, and it's incredibly physical and very entertaining.
Talking about Manga the Vista, talking about a bit of everything. But anyway, I like
So,
the
what did you think of the
color
main
you went
character?
for.
Yeah, I'm
You?
going just straight umber into ochre at this point, and I'm going to desaturate it a
Nice.
little bit.
I went, see, this is why I like, let's make a break from Squid Games, but that's why I like the multi-streams, because you
Fair.
can see the difference. Like, you went the burnt umber, and what did you say? Like the warmer color?
Yeah.
I went
Into
Van
yellow
Dyke
ochre.
Brown. I went Van Dyke Brown and white with a burnt umber base, and it's very, especially on this side, very, very different.
Yeah. I like yours, though. I'm very interested to see where your pajamas go. Which is
I'm
an
putting
odd
down a
sentence
little
when I
bit of
say it out
thoughts.
loud.
Really interesting to see your pajamas.
Very interested to
Yeah,
see
no, me
where
too
your
with
pajamas
yours.
go.
Yours looks very American convict in the movies. You know what I'm talking about? Inmate.
I'm not... Oh, like the jumpsuit.
The jumpsuit that they give inmates to that looks like
Okay,
super
yeah.
flat. Yeah.
You know what's funny is most of the ones they actually use are like pink now. But that's another story.
Pink. Oh god. Is that
People,
an attempt
they
to,
do
like-
that in prisons. Like pink jumpsuits, pink handcuffs, pink Crocs.
Oh wow.
And it's largely
This
because
is-
people are not likely to steal them.
Ah. Well, I thought just maybe to feel people less manly, less prone to, you know.
That's true if you live in
Someone's
Arizona.
gonna look a lot less macho.
That is true if you live in Arizona, but that is a whole other subject.
I mean, whatever. Anyway, but that's why I like the multi-stream, so you get these nice little comparisons that we're doing.
Yeah, see how we're approaching it kind of differently. I love this texture on the head. I'm about to move down to the
My
bag, and I'm
God,
like dreading
I'm trying to like get myself off of the head texture because it's too much fun to me.
it. Yeah, it's so easy, and the more I work on it, the better it looks. But yeah, I'm gonna do something else for a minute here.
Mm-hmm.
What are we talking about Paul W.S. Anderson for Gadarong? Let's never talk about Paul W.S. Anderson. Oh, Tony Jaa was in Monster Hunter by Paul W.S. Anderson. That's what he's saying. Okay.
There we go.
Stila, what is your favorite Japanese movie that I would not have seen American distribution for?
Oh my God! What are you asking?
I'm sure you know, we get some, but we get a very curated list, generally speaking. Less so these days when we have access to, like, streaming, but there are certainly films that are made, Japanese movies that are made with an international audience in mind, I'm sure, and then movies that are not.
I don't watch a lot of movies. I actually used to watch a lot more stuff when I was trying to learn Japanese to come here. But, okay, I really like movies like Zatoichi from Kano.
Okay, yeah.
That's really good stuff. Oh, there is a movie that you might not know that I really, really like that has incredible visuals, and it's about Japanese prostitutes, oiran.
I'm immediately compelled.
It is called Sakuran, like Sakura with an N at the end.
Okay, yeah.
The photography is gorgeous, and it's actually starring what here in Japan we call a hafu, which means half, which means it's a half Japanese, half not, half Japanese actress. I believe she's half Japanese, half Russian, maybe?
Never would have guessed that half means half.
It could mean other things.
The ooh sound at the end is kind of a giveaway for the cognates.
Yeah. Anyway, it's a really interesting movie about this this little girl that I believe her parents like sell her to one of those houses, and she has to become a prostitute, and how she goes up the ranks and she learns life lessons from it. It's pretty much story of a geisha, but done by Japanese people.
Okay. That's a story I'm familiar with.
I really enjoyed it. I'm
gonna hit exclamation point model for you so you can get a link to this figure. Oh, I'm gonna fuck it up first, then I'm gonna do it right the second time. There we go.
Thunderhead fucking it up when? When does that happen?
That's ridiculous. Even the very suggestion is silly.
Come on.
Don't make an ass of yourself and suggest that I could ever mess anything up.
Don't make a butterbutt of yourself.
A little blending on this candy sack here.
Yeah, I was gonna do the candy thing now. Okay, I got some references. I got all of I'm gonna show you. Got my little references right here for people like me that haven't seen the movie. So I was really intrigued by this over here, the see-through candy, and I don't know
the
if
translucent lollipop.
Pull it off. Yeah, that's gonna be a little hard. But
it's one of the best visuals of him in the movie, is because the first thing that happens in the movie is he slits a woman's throat with the lollipop is complete, and he bites out of it the big tooth chunk, and then slits her throat with it.
Oh.
And it's covered in blood. It's awesome.
Wait, I heard that the lollipop is actually, doesn't he like stab something and then candy gets like stuck on it or something like that, and that's what the lollipop is like?
When he's attacking Brian Cox, there is an extended fight sequence or chase where he's chasing Brian Cox around the house, and like there's a play on the search your candy for razor blades thing, because he has a candy bar with a box cutter in it, and he uses it to slash Brian Cox's like Achilles tendon and cut him up a whole bunch. And Brian Cox shoots him a few times with a shotgun. And at the very end, when he finally has Brian Cox on the ground, he takes his stabby lollipop and he goes to stab him, but he stops. And then he comes up and there's a candy bar impaled on it. And he takes the candy bar and he starts to eat it, and then he leaves. And he was attacking Brian Cox because Brian Cox wasn't giving out candy on Halloween.
Ah.
All he wanted was his candy. It's trick or treat. It's a stupid movie.
Shazza,
and it's so much fun.
Cheap. I too chase my cocks around the house. Yep. That's what Thunderhead talking sparks in people.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yep.
I like to bring things down a little bit, you know?
Far from us from being too much of an intellectual stream.
That doesn't sound like us at all.
No. I mean, you're talking to someone that has a butterbutt emote.
It's a good emote, though. I'm
wish
gonna
I
lighten my
draw.
colors on the burlap a bit.
Ooh. I wish
Go
I could
for
draw
slightly
and
higher
make
highlights.
actual little drawings for the emotes, but I can't. I need a Brush Brigands logo.
They're so small, you kind of have to keep them fairly simple.
The little details?
Yeah. Or the emotes.
Oh, really,
I mean.
Shizza? That's nice. Oh, yeah. I know. It's good. I got... My favorite one's the Tiny Stein, of course.
Well, naturally. And I was delighted that I got to be the
You were the first
final
who could ever
contributor
use
to
it.
make that happen.
That's true! Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, thanks, by the way. You don't need to do that kind of stuff, but thank you so much.
Oh, I just want to.
You're,
So I don't want to continue harping on Squid Game, but I do want to talk about one quick thing.
Before you
and
do
that
that,
is that for...
before you do that, I think you're a little off center.
Oh, you're right, I was.
Man, I
The main character is a fucking loser,
Oh my god. Okay, so
and I love it.
was I the only one who felt that the beginning, in the first thing, it was a little bit too much, harping upon how much of a loser he is? I felt like they dwindled on it a little too much.
So, I'll tell you, I didn't mind it the first time I watched it. The second time I watched it, I got to feel that it was a bit much. With how, like, petulant he was about his mother not giving him money. Like, I feel like you would have, even if you're that much of a loser, you would have felt a little bit more shame about that. Even if you're a gambling addict. You probably wouldn't have been, like, pouting at your mom.
You know, that's interesting. It could be a completely, my own point of view, but, like, from being in Japan this long, when he was being, like, kind of aggressive with his mom, it sounded to me more like, kind of like affection that he wasn't able to, kind of like venting his own frustration at being such a loser, but loving his mom, but not being able to provide for her. Like when he lashes out at her, being like, and you shouldn't do that job. But it might just be me, but I don't know.
Well, it's an interesting perspective, because I didn't get that from it. And that might just be the sort of cultural divide. Also, Stale Memos, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream.
Welcome to the Storm Chasers.
Oh, this is how it's going to be. Okay, alright. No, that's fine.
Well, that just means that you have very good branding.
Just that repetitive.
Repetitive can be good.
There's a strength to repetition.
It's better than
I like the and I demand that it stay. Don't you dare change that. That's how I know I'm watching a StilaRebel stream.
So self-conscious. Anyway.
And yes, by the way, SpazTech, this would be a good model to apply wash and dry brush techniques on. That's more or less what I'm doing with oils.
It paints itself with oils. That's great. I think we can probably. So it's been a bit over an hour. I think we can pretty much finish it today. How long are you gonna go, by the way?
Oh, I usually go till about 10, so it'll be about another 40 minutes.
All right.
I might have some details to finish afterward, but I'm gonna get through the big blocks of color pretty certainly.
Okay.
Like, I don't think I'm gonna do, like, I think the sack head on mine is just about done. I don't really see doing that much more on it. I'm trying to keep it simple.
Same, really. I think I'm kind of working on I want to do something cool on the lollipop, and then doing something on his clothes, but his or her? His? Oh.
Yeah, I mean, he is a pumpkin-headed monster. I don't think it matters.
It. Yeah,
under the mask is a horrible jack-o'-lantern face.
Oh, I saw that. I wasn't sure if that was, like, fan art or what.
No, that's what it looks like when Brian Cox shoots him in his face and blows the mask off.
So now I'm going to do some stippling of a lighter color in the middle, and then we're going to do some blending action and see if we can give it a translucent kind of feel.
I'm going to start bringing some oranges in.
Yeah, the face is in the way, though. Why does it have a face on it? I don't like the face.
The, like, jack-o'-lantern face?
Well, I have the back. See how that does.
I'm glad you like it, Anrix. It's a cool model. And I really, really like this movie. Steely, you should watch the movie. It really is a pretty cool film.
I'll try. Oh yeah, to this night. I believe Thunderhead is in Mountain Time.
I am indeed. Smack dab in the middle of America.
How does it feel to live in the location of South Park? Is that a thing that has affected you in any way, shape, or form?
I've been to... So, the closest thing there is to a South Park, Colorado is called Fairplay.
This sounds exactly the same.
It's basically the town that South Park is based on. It is like 20 buildings in a shitty little valley, and the only thing to do there is fish.
Place where I'm from.
Yeah, it's not much to speak of. The only thing really to do there is fish. Been there a few times.
I'm starting to get a highlight. Nice. Yeah. So you've got a place.
You know what?
Like that.
You know what it feels like? What it feels like right now is the fact that Trey Parker and Matt Stone purchased Casa Bonita, which may be meaningless to you.
They did. I heard that. Casa
But
Bonita,
I've been to
Bonita.
Casa Bonita as a child many times.
Oh my god. Is it
And
as good
the
as
notion
Heartland
that they're going to
Bonita?
make it have good food is incredible.
Is it as good as
Absolutely incredible, and I'm very
describes
excited. Because it's awful. Like, the place is
Nice.
really cool, the food is fucking awful. C. Not Bush, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. You want to finish that one for me, Stila?
Hmm?
Oh, you're not going to do it now.
What?
We only do our Thunderhead imitations when we feel like it, I see.
No, I can't always pay attention to you.
I'm the only other voice you're hearing.
I was still thinking of the little Casa Bonita song. No,
Was
I
that
was
Cartman's
reading.
little song that he
I
sang?
was Casa Bonita, Casa Bonita. No, I was reading to Viston saying that they're also from a town of 20 buildings in a shitty little valley. So one of us.
Oh.
Hmm.
Small
So-
town life. See, I'm from a shitty little town that wasn't in a valley. It was in
You're not a valley
like an
girl?
awful Adobe plain. Like,
Adobe? What?
Yeah, very clay-like soil.
Oh.
The
not-
Native
I haven't-
American ruins that you will find in Colorado are largely Adobe. It's very easy to bake
I
into a
did not
structure.
know Adobe was a thing other than a software related term.
Oh, yeah, no, it's-
I'm learning things.
It's a very easily baked clay.
Ooh. Nice. So how do we do the edge on this?
Look at how that orange. Look at how
Edge
easy that orange
highlight.
went down.
Right? You too?
Ooh, that's nice.
Are we both doing the lollipop? Oh, it's looking similar but not the same. Nice.
No? Mine's a little bit deeper. I don't know if I'm going to get that translucence.
I don't know.
I might come back to this and try for that later.
The one thing I'm realizing is that I really wanted to maybe freehand the see-through. I don't know if you saw from the... let me get the picture up here. Where it, you can see basically the top of the stick inside the lollipop. I really like this effect,
Oh,
but I
yeah.
think it changes... Hold on, let me zoom it in. It changes depending on where you look at it from, so I don't know if that's feasible, but that would be so cool.
It's an interesting idea, and I'd love to see
Right?
you try it. And C. Not Bush, that technique I learned from Stila.
What did you learn from me?
Oh, just the I mean, okay, you got the pre-glazing technique from Wapple, yeah?
Yeah.
But I pretty much picked it up by watching you. It's a little secondhand.
Aww. Second.
You did.
You really like going off camera. I do that all the time too. I'm
gonna lay this orange in pretty broadly, and then I'm just gonna come in and blend away at it. That's my plan.
Blend. How's the bit part? Is it gonna be bright? I don't know. Let's try something.
I'm choosing not to think too much about the lollipop right now. Focusing on the parts that
I
I know
am-
what to do, and then I'll think about the lollipop. a bit.
So immersed in the lollipop. Lollipop is my life now. Oh, that's a weird thing to say. You know that we did a...
C. Not Bush, we are multi-streaming with StilaRebel,
multi in
who is the
chat.
other voice that you'll hear on the stream.
Hello, I'm the other voice you hear on the stream.
That's not my voice. I know that's hard to believe. I'm a pretty convincing ventriloquist, I'll admit. But not quite that good.
If I had Thunderhead's voice, I'd probably become a narrator of some kind. I have an ASMR channel. That'd be really good.
You with my voice, be still my heart. Oh my. That is a narcissist dream right there. Exclamation point multi will get you a link.
Yes, in my stream as well. I had to fix Streamlabs. It didn't want to make the Cloudbot work, the chatbot, and apparently I had to turn it off and turn it back on. You know those things when you're like, oh my god, now I'm gonna have to go Google it and spend like 3 hours on this, and the first result was try to turn it off for 10 minutes and turn it back on, and I did it and it worked.
I love when that's the case.
Right? It's never the case. Notbush, thank you so much for that follow. You didn't hear Gowron, but he's happy.
Stila, if you look at this,
yep.
First of all, I'm loving the orange that I'm getting on the pajamas here. And this is cadmium orange over and blended into, what did I start with there? That was just burnt sienna. And then the orange I have on the lollipop, which is fairly different, is the same cadmium orange over and blended into, not permanent rose, but the cadmium deep red hue.
See, so you're getting a pretty different results with the same cadmium orange there. Nice.
It's kind of interesting.
I'm using...
I thought I'll just try using the same orange and see where it goes.
Nice. I actually did a mostly, like, that's a purple matter, the dark red you're seeing on his clothes. And then I just put some, I mixed some yellow and cadmium scarlet there for a little bit of orange, but I'm not done. And for the lollipop, I'm actually using some of the Green Stuff World light orange.
Well, I'm just saying you better hurry up, because in 30 minutes, its paintbrush is down, and whoever chat votes for gets to keep streaming. The other person has to actually give them their stream key.
What?
I might not have fully laid this out before we started, but these are the rules. And
I kinda feel like I'm in Squid Games.
You did agree to them.
I don't remember signing for it.
Well, you were a little drunk. The tiny stein is bigger than it looks.
What? Shaz is saying that that's a famed sculptor? What, you mean who just followed me? What? We have a sculptor in chat? Did we find who made this model? I don't know.
If any of you are famous, please prepare room on your coattails.
Please come forward. Alright. I'll spend a bit more time on this lollipop.
Is it a lollipop? Is it a murder pop? Because it's not made of candy. He kills people with it. It has to be made of something more than. I mean, it's supernatural.
Is it
ultimately
not made of candy?
I mean, I don't think you could legitimately do as much stabbing with a piece of sugar as he did.
You can. I mean, have you ever had a piece of hard candy? That's pretty sharp.
He does a lot of real hard stabbing with it.
Made of evil candy, says Notbrush.
Evil candy.
Evil. The candy of evil.
I'm really liking how this is coming out. This is something that we should bear in mind for future projects like this, is to keep... Because Dread was fun, but I had a lot of work to do on Dread after we were done.
Yeah.
Came out good, but I had to do a lot of more stuff.
Keeping stuff.
But this guy, I think I'm probably going to do a little bit more work on it between now and when we show it, but not much. Really not much at all. Tweaking. Also, awesome. I fucking love... Can I just say, Stila, thank you so much for encouraging me to continue with oils and for giving me help when I asked for it, because I'm really starting to love the way that they blend.
Aww. I'm really happy because I get to see what you come up with, and after seeing that, for example, that Sanguini today. Sanguinis? No,
it's Sanguini really from now on. That's fucking amazing. I had never thought of it as Sanguini, but that's what I'm calling it.
Sounds like panini.
Wait, do we have to do the... Is it Sanguini? Is it with the...
It's Sanguini.
It's the Sanguini.
Sanguini.
You gotta do the pinchy fingers.
Sanguini.
90% of Italian is in the hands.
Yep. Oh, apparently I do have
Sanguini.
a sculptor in chat. Sanguini. It sounds like
amazing.
sounds like a kind of pasta. Sanguini with
It
pesto.
sounds delicious. Here's the question. Does it have a red sauce or a white sauce?
Sanguini? Red, because
Yeah.
it sounds like blood in Italian. Because like sangue means blood.
I mean, that makes sense. It is blood. That's because
But-
Sanguinius is the Primarch of the Blood Angels. That's why they picked his name. So yeah, okay, red sauce. That makes sense.
Speaking of made-up Italian food names, do you remember in TNG, you know when Geordi has that episode with, what's her name? The girl that, what the fuck's her name? Leah Brahms, and they talk about some weird Italian food? Fungilli?
The real Leah Brahms, or the one where he tries to get the chick
Well,
drunk on
whichever
Coco
one.
No?
Coco no.
Because that's also hilarious.
Whichever one, but they talk about that her favorite food is like this weird like fungilli thing, and I love how they just made up an Italian-sounding name of something that does
Well,
not
now
exist.
you don't know that Italians wouldn't have developed such a dish in the next several hundred years.
I do not know. They probably will now.
Someone's
where
gonna
go
do it.
with
You
this?
could be that Italian.
I could be that Italian. I mean, I can just make something, call it fungilli, and be like, "Ha, that's it." That's what an Italian would do,
You know, I bet somebody's already done it.
probably.
It's not like
Yeah, I
TNG
mean,
is
Google
not a very
fungilli
watched
recipe.
show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's the thing, I don't think you ever see it in, like at least how it looks even, so
I don't think they ever mention it again.
I don't think they do. Oh, how do I do this thing? Oh, let me think.
And mostly what I remember from those episodes is Coco No.
Coco no. That's such a
Because
stupid name.
he's like desperately trying to get some random chick drunk on the holodeck.
Oh boy. Geordi episode.
Wait,
am I
no,
right?
no, I'm sorry. That's the wrong episode. That's ship.
Yeah, the Coco no is the one yeah, it's not the Leah Brahms one.
Well, hold
It's
on. No,
the
that's ship in a
Geordi
bottle.
Awkward.
That's ship in a bottle, which I think is the episode with the holographic
Oh,
Leah
no, you're
Brahms.
right. He starts out with he has like a date, and he's like, don't you
Yeah.
want a little bit more Coco no? And she's like, no, dude, I'm done. And
She's like, I'm gonna pass you, creepy weirdo.
yeah. Something
He's like,
that.
but I haven't been laid in 7 years. I mean, that's probably not true. He does have access to the holodeck.
Yeah, how are you not, like, you know, if you have a holodeck, you can do everything.
Well, Riker's always in there.
Of course he is.
And you do not want to
What?
use the holodeck when Will Riker is done with it. That is a
episode
recipe for
Oh my
something
god.
bad.
There's an episode where what is it? There's someone that's really trying to you know, to get with Riker, and he refuses it. And then when he's done, is
Doesn't
like,
sound
I'll
like
be in
Riker.
holodeck 3. And it really made me laugh, but I forget what the context was.
Oh,
Could you remember? Was
I
it
remember
even
him
Riker? I
saying
think
it.
Like, I'll be in holodeck 2, man. And then he goes up. But I forgot which one.
was
What is it? He's something like he's not supposed to
was that
do.
the one with the metamorph? The one played
Yeah,
by
I'm
Jean Grey.
really- Yeah, the one that's like becomes everybody's favorite woman or something.
Yeah, like when she's with Picard, she's all learned and into philosophy and like navigation and shit and archaeology. And then when she meets Worf, she starts growling at him.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that might be that episode.
Oh, Nutbrush can go wrong with pizza, of course.
Yeah, she like becomes the perfect woman for whoever it is that she's with.
Yeah.
And like some Ferengi try to like steal her or some shit because that's all that
Yeah, 'cause
Ferengi ever
that's
do
all
in
they
TNG.
do. Yep. Then they become interesting. Oh, Sheza Gaming, that's a shame.
Now,
Anyway.
okay, to be fair, Kursala, many adult actresses' names are just like puns. Of course, I don't know why I would know enough of their names to know that. So I have read. I have read that that's true. Maybe someone could research that and find out, because I certainly couldn't confirm it.
Trying to get some highlights on this suit that doesn't look as orange as the lollipop. So I'm going in with a bit of white, which recently I've been using less and less.
I'm really very happy with where I've landed on the suit. I might want to do one more round of highlighting and blending on it, but I mean, like, I think this looks
Yeah, your
really nice.
highlights look really good. Mine, they might even need a bit more shadows on mine. Oh, that's good to hear, Nutbrush. And who's that? Monkey Carnagel Inc. Thank you so much for that follow.
Do we have any folks who are actively painting along on the same mini right now?
I saw-
Anybody in chat going along with that? I'm curious, if you are, what your experience has been so far.
Anybody? I had one of my people send me a picture that they printed it. I don't see them in chat. They might join in later, but I know for sure that someone, at least one person, is doing it on my end.
Well, this is the first time I've encouraged people to do this, so it's something that I plan to continue doing, but I know that participation in something like this can sometimes take a few rounds to get going. I'm just curious if anybody is actively, or if they're planning on painting it later, maybe.
It was very tricky for me to.
Oh, Data
organize
Nerd
the
is
first
painting
paint
along,
along.
but apparently has locked herself out of Twitch, so can't chat. But she is painting
Oh
along.
no! Oh yeah, that's right. Because Data Nerd was like, "Oh, wait a bit more, and then I'm done." When
Yeah.
before the stream.
Hey, what's up,
Nice.
Avash? How you doing?
Grim would have, but did know about it beforehand. Well, that's good. That's a good starting out for the series, I guess. Maybe making it a little clearer how to vote, like maybe making like a vote page or some kind, or
I'm
like if
estimating
you
it'll
shared
take like 2 or 3 rounds of doing it before we land on a method that really works for everybody, and I'm prepared to do those because I love this idea, and I'd very much
Trial and
like
error.
for people to kind of work up to participating in it, just because I think that this is like I've already had a few fun moments just watching you paint and trying my own thing and seeing our differing results.
It is a lot of fun. I can vouch for that.
When you're both working on the same thing, it makes it easier to sort of compare notes meaningfully.
Yeah, and then you can literally visually get a visual aid and see, oh, you're doing this, I'm doing that. That's great.
And see, that's what I was kind of thinking, Datron Voltari, is some people who might want to participate maybe can't paint while we're doing it, but will be afterwards. And I'd really love to see, this is why I'm giving it 1 week. Next Thursday, we're going to do our kind of wrap-up Storm Report, and Stila, I'd love if you post your progress when we do that. But I want to give people
Oh, sure.
time, because they're not going to necessarily be doing it now.
If you let me know which one it is, I'll try to be in chat for it.
Absolutely.
But yeah, it's hard to get everybody at a right time.
Really?
Like, for example, most of my people aren't even awake yet, because usually I stream a lot later than this.
Yeah, we're stretching it a little bit with our time zones to get on at the same time. Next month I'm going to be doing this with, well, I guess this month, late this month, I'm going to be doing this with, I believe, Dr. Rhino. We're both in North America, so I'll be interested to find out how that goes. I'd like to do one with Pun Expected, because it's definitely interesting to be oil painting at the same time as someone else. This is still such a new thing for me.
Yeah, I think it'll just it'll evolve by itself. Where
Yeah,
are my tiny
because
brushes?
I have fun doing it. Whether we get a lot of participation or not, I enjoy it enough as a way to sort of connect with other streamers that I want to do it a few times. And you know, if people feel like painting along, I invite them to do so.
there is to be said for it. I think it's a free model. It's a very simple one. So I think in a week people could probably, see the stream, grab the link, do it, and still have time to post it. So
yeah, the formatting needs some work, but we'll do that. And Merlin, Stila's in Japan. Our time zone difference is significantly less than the one that we're dealing with right now.
Yeah, it's 12:44 in the afternoon here.
I think his exposed fingers might be the last thing that I wind up doing.
I know, I was just looking at them and I'm like, ah, damn it, skin.
Yeah, I gotta do some skin tones.
I
know the feeling, I'm like, ugh.
It's hard to understand
with all these warms and browns.
I know. I'm not sure where his exposed fingers start, though.
If you look at my screen...
Yeah?
See where I have not painted? That would be his exposed fingers. It comes down his knuckles a little bit, and then it starts at, like, his second knuckle.
Okay. Gotcha.
It's really, like, just the tips of his fingers that stick out in the movie. Like, he had full gloves, but they're worn through.
Uh-huh. It's very soft.
Yeah, the detail there is not much to speak of. It's meant so his gloves in the movie particularly they're like burlap, so they're a real rough spun fabric, and they're really, really frayed, and they have little bits of fabric sticking out around the wrist, so you can kind of be freeform with it.
Gotcha. Thank you. Well, knowing that they're burlap, I'm just... Oh, that's right. They're the same color of the head. I'm gonna fix that.
I'm doing the same thing on the head, the gloves, and the candy sack.
Uh-huh. Man, can I say it's a lot of fun to stream with you? I'm really glad we got another chance to do so. A little less awkwardly than the first time.
Glad you enjoy it. This is, it's fun to share this hobby with other people, which is fundamentally why I started streaming. It's when all you have to share this hobby with is fucking Instagram, it can be a little lame. At least I'll speak for myself. I get into more of a competitive, less of a cooperative mindset, and I don't like that. That's just what my brain does. Like, oh, such and such is posting, I better post some too. But it's much more meaningful when I'm sharing progress with someone, comparing notes, trying new things, and just enjoying the process rather than necessarily the results. The results are interesting.
I think I remember one of the first times I joined one of your streams that you were talking about looking at other people's the hashtags that they used on Instagram and how you were frustrated about stuff. And it's like, yeah, streaming is a lot more just like having people coming to hang out with you.
Well, this is something I actually like to talk about because I just feel like a lot of people get self-conscious about it. I know I do. And I just like to be as honest about it as I can because I feel like it's sort of a psychological human trait, and we shouldn't feel guilty about the way that we think about it. But like Instagram, social media in particular, they encourage, through the nature of the algorithm, this kind of competitive mindset. It's hard not to look at other people's Instagram posts and ask yourself, like, why didn't I get as many likes as that guy? Why is this person, why do they have more followers but I don't? And the natural inclination, and I think the narrative, if you will, even though it's kind of a loaded word, that social media pushes is, well, you just gotta try harder. You gotta get out there, you gotta do it too. And it's, as far as I can tell upon a real examination of social media, a lot of it's just luck. That exposure is almost entirely luck. It's that one post you make that gets reposted or retweeted by one person that just happens to hit a bunch of followers, and from that point on, it's like you got a baseline. And I'll fully admit, I chase that. I do. But I try to do it in a healthy way.
There's another thing you're not talking about, and sorry, Tempopo, thank you for the follow. But it's also, I feel, there's one thing you kind of do not know which people are boosting their posts, paying money for those reactions.
Yes.
And which people are not. And I have worked in social media advertising a bit, and it's all about paid stuff. Like,
yeah, and that's something I don't do.
Hashtags don't really matter that much. But like you say, it's also a lot of...
I think I remember what you were talking about. Is because somebody posted something, and it was like... Yeah, I remember. It was a street lamp from Marvel Crisis Protocol. Does that sound right? Because it was a street lamp from a Marvel game.
They were using the wrong hashtags.
They had tagged this thing. It's a street lamp from a Marvel game from Atomic Mass Games. And, it's modern setting, it's Marvel, it is a street lamp, and the tags were like Warhammer 40k, Warhammer Community, Primaris Captain. That was the one that got me, was Primaris Captain, because that is so laser focused on a very specific set of models. That is a Space Marine, Primaris Marine Captain. But Primaris Captain is a very popular tag.
Yep.
It has nothing to do with the model that was posted. And it's not so much at that point a matter of like, well, why don't I get likes? It's just a matter of looking at it and going, well, this is just bullshit. Like, this is like the hashtags are meaningless. They're not related in any way to what's actually being posted. And I feel like when I say that, I sound almost kind of naive because like, oh yeah, it's social media.
No, but it's a reaction of when you're trying to play by the rules and you see someone like bending those rules and ignoring them, then you feel stupid.
You realize that the people who are on top are there because there are no fucking rules, and you're an idiot for thinking there were. Yeah,
and it's pretty much attacking your personal beliefs, the use of your time, everything.
I mean, I subscribe to hashtags because I'm interested in the actual content of the hashtag, and I use it to find content, and I'm like, these people don't. This is why I'm seeing so many things that aren't related to what I'm actually looking for, is because people like this are attaching every hashtag they can to everything they post. Can I blame them, though? Like, honestly, can I?
Because it's fucking annoying when I'm looking at Artisan Guild stuff, for example, and I see a shit ton of posts of figures that are not Artisan Guild, or just whatever, blank, or put in whatever you want. But I was recently looking at Artisan Guild stuff, and a lot of people use the tag Artisan Guild when they're not posting Artisan Guild stuff, and I'm like, what are you trying to achieve?
Yeah, like, they'll use it when they post like any miniature at all in the desperate hope that they'll get likes. Now, okay, let me take a moment and acknowledge something. Let me acknowledge something that I did today.
All right.
And that is, I painted Sanguini, which is my favorite thing ever. I worked on painting Sanguini today, and okay, I needed to. I wanted to. I had some work left to do on them. I had some time before you were going to get on the stream, so I decided we're gonna paint a little Sanguini. And I thought to myself, oh, you know what's going to get me views is if I tag Warhammer Community. Because it would. Now, I was not lying. I painted a Warhammer figure. It is relevant, because I worked on that for like an hour. But I'd be lying if I said that I didn't think about the fact that that hashtag was going to get me more views.
Is that a bad thing?
So, do I have room to criticize, is my question.
Well, I don't know. Is it a bad thing to want more views? I don't think so.
I don't know. This is why I like to talk about it, because I just... I'm human too.
Yeah.
I'm subject to all of these things, and I like to examine it as much as I can, to recognize these biases in myself. I think it's good to talk about, because we all do it to a certain degree.
Yeah, it would be hypocrite to not acknowledge it.
Yeah. I am just a man. I know that might be hard to believe. I'm working on it, though. Saw a person modeling, they put Warhammer tags and cosplay tags all over, it really annoyed me. And, okay, giving myself credit on that note, I never lie about my hashtag. I legitimately will not tag something that doesn't have anything to do with what I'm actually working on. That is a line I will not cross.
So are
because
we
it's a
talking
fucking
about
lie.
ideals then? Because like, for you, your ideal, your, I don't know what you want to call it, your hard limit is, yes, I will do something that gives me views if that is relevant to what I'm doing.
Essentially, yeah. I'll play the game, I'll game the system, as long as it's technically honest.
Yeah, so I guess.
And yeah,
maybe
Merlin
it's
models,
about...
I'll use generic tags. Yeah. WildStar, I'll use generic tags. Everything that I post, I'll hit like hashtag miniature painting, because I'm painting miniatures. And I think that's legitimate, because there might be people who just want to see minis getting painted.
Yeah.
They don't care what it is. But I'm never going to tag Maelstrom's Edge if I'm painting Warhammer.
It's just that interpretation of what's okay and what's not. I don't know.
I don't think I'm very good at social media, honestly. Like, I try to interface with it. I try to play the game. I try to do what people say to get more views because visibility is just straight good. I do it because I'm also running a business. The stream is not my business. The stream is me painting and being creative. But I do sell models, both digital and physical. I do. And I think exposure is important for that. The more eyes get on me, the more people are aware of the product. Not trying to fool anyone. If it's a product that they're interested in, I want them to be aware of it, essentially. But it just leaves me in a funny place. Because I'm not... I feel like there's people out there who just take to it like a fish to water, you know?
Mm-hmm.
You see the people out there who... Like, not naming any names or casting any aspersions, but the people who take absolute advantage of every single thing that they have going for them that might get them more views. The strategic photograph on Reddit, for instance, where it's like, hey guys, I painted this piece of art, but they make sure that they're holding the piece of art and they're in the picture because they know that maybe they're photogenic enough that people are going to click on it just because of that. I'm not saying it's wrong, but it's interesting.
Yeah.
And it's very real.
Yeah, to this time, I'm kind of the same. I only use like 2-3 tags. I'm tired of the social media game. I don't know. For years, I've had to work with like Instagram, Facebook on just completely unrelated to miniature stuff, to work. And just doing Facebook ads too. Just saying how it's all just about the money. I'm so jaded by that. So for example, I'm just using Instagram just like a kind of like a portfolio to have at hand. So I'll use a couple of tags, but I'm not really looking to have like a shit ton of followers. And I think a lot of people do the social media just because everybody's doing it, like meaning that you should do it. But
it's
I really
what's
feel
done.
like
it's the popular knowledge.
I really feel like you should take a step forward and say, okay, what's my goal? What if I get thousands of Instagram followers? What is that gonna get me?
Like, yeah, what is that gonna do for me? And that's kind of where I land with it, is I'm like, if I get thousands of Instagram followers, that means that when I release a new product, I have thousands of people, but here's the caveat, who are interested in what I'm doing, who will then be aware of that product.
So
that seems legit to me.
I guess if your reason for wanting thousands of followers is because you can show that to someone, to just have that proof. It doesn't matter if they actually like what you do or not.
Will it make me feel less empty inside problem.
That, or maybe even just proving it for, to show a company, like talking actual practical use. Then maybe for that kind of person, it does make sense to use, the Warhammer tag when there's nothing Warhammer in it, and just get random followers that aren't actually interested in what they're doing. I guess it's all about what the goal is.
Yeah, that's fair to say. It's an interesting sort of conundrum because there's definitely a culture surrounding it. And when you start interfacing it with it, all the reasons for that culture are not immediately apparent. And there's a question at a certain point of if this is just a business, if this is just a game that we're playing, what do my ethics get me at the end of it, and is that the goal? I don't know, it's something that I kind of grapple with mentally. It's more of a mental exercise than anything, because at the end of the day, I like painting minis, and I like making models, and I like sharing it with people. This is my ultimate motivation. I think I've said it 1,000 times before on this stream. Before I was streaming, when I lived down in San Antonio, I just went down to the local game shop and I painted minis and I talked about games, and that was how I got my jollies a lot of the time. And then when I moved up here, I couldn't do that so much, and the pandemic happened, and I was like, well, let's find something else.
That's right. You were doing that at an actual game store. That's.
Oh yeah.
That's part of the Thunderhead lore.
Thunderhead lore. The saga.
Thunder lore. The saga. Thunderhead. That's the prequel.
The prequels are nowhere near as good as the OT, though.
So is this a spin-off? What is this? A filler episode? Oh no,
this is the Star Trek Discovery of my life.
Oh god. What a terrible thing to say.
I'm sorry.
No.
I didn't mean that about you. That's about me.
But still. Well, how can we fix that?
There's no going back. This is what the audience wants.
No. Well, at least not before you get to Picard.
Okay, I think Merlin's being fair. He says it's Enterprise at worst. I'd agree to that. This is Enterprise.
Man, I watched the first 4 episodes of Enterprise and I could not go on.
Okay, you can't. No. You can't judge Enterprise based on the first 4 episodes. That's not allowed. Those episodes suck.
Man, but from what you tell me, it doesn't get better though. Everything I like about
so much better.
Do you get the
interesting? If you could watch Voyager,
conundrum?
You can watch Enterprise, Stila.
Voyager still had the Star Trek conundrums. The come on. What the fuck?
So does Enterprise, but also more hot Vulcans rubbing gel on their naked bodies.
I don't know.
I can't believe that happens in the first episode. That sets such a poor tone. Yeah.
It does. But also they fly by this sort of abandoned, broken up ship, and they decide to go in and fuck with stuff? What the hell?
They don't have the Prime Directive yet. They're a little dumb. They're developing the Prime Directive. They're developing these protocols for away missions. This is what we get to see. We get to see humanity like playing cowboy in space until they figure out maybe we shouldn't do this.
And I'll tell you this. The reason why I like Star Trek is because it's set in a place where they don't need to do that anymore. We're past that, and I don't need to see how shitty humanity was before Star. That's the whole point of Star Trek. We're past that.
I'm not gonna pretend that Enterprise isn't largely unfucking necessary, but many of the negatives of Enterprise are justified by Jeffrey Combs. In his role as the Andorian Commander Shran.
I don't know if I can get there.
You had Stila, you can't truly, and this is gonna sound like a lot. You can't truly appreciate the entirety of Star Trek if you don't consume the best of the Jeffrey Combs performances. Now you like Wayun, right? You like Brunt.
Well, not every version of Wayun, you know. Only the one with sense of humor.
Yeah, there are many. There are many Wayuns.
You can't do that to me, though. No.
You have to consume.
I don't wanna.
The performance of Shran. It is the greatest of them.
Can I just watch that one episode where he's in?
It's a bunch of episodes spread throughout the entire series up to the last season.
Why?
It's a slow burn relationship between Archer and Shran, and it is one of the best things they've ever done.
I don't know. I'm gonna have to get some courage. Commander Shran.
Forgotterang says he's not watching no Scott Bakula. What's wrong with Bakula? There are many things wrong with Enterprise. Bakula's not one of them.
Thank you to Los Chaos for the follow. welcome in. I'm getting some new people that probably have never seen me because they're asleep when I stream usually.
See, that's something.
Well, I don't know.
Merlin Models literally just went over to comment on your stream to tell you about Commander Shran. That's how important this is.
Yeah, he did. He's amazing. Thank you. Oh, Plankwalker,
And don't you want to know? They reference Shran in Discovery, which is obviously something that's really important to you.
I
couldn't even finish saying that. That's such bullshit.
Yeah.
It's in the first
like,
episode.
1.
Yeah,
Sure.
they reference a USS Shran. It's a ship.
Oh wow!
And
look out.
once you hear that, you can just stop watching Discovery.
Which I did.
Yeah, that's a good call. It's still better than Picard, but that's like saying a kick in the nuts is better than a poke in the eye. I'll take neither,
Exactly.
thank you.
You know, I feel like Enterprise is to Star Trek what the Enterprise opening music is to the other Star Trek opening music.
Ooh, let's not say things we can't take back. That's brutal.
Because
The Enterprise introduction is one of the worst things that humankind has collectively ever done.
Yeah, and it's the same thing. You go in expecting one thing, you get another, and you're not happy.
I will never in my life defend the opening theme to Enterprise, okay? I'm just not going to do it. That's
Very much worried if you did.
You know what the worst part about that is?
Oh no.
You want to know how this? You want to know how the series ends? Should I tell you how the series ends? The very last scene.
Sure, why not? Please tell me there's nothing
Will
to do with
Riker.
that music.
It does.
What?
Kind of.
What's Will Riker doing in
Will
there?
Riker walks out of a holodeck.
Oh god.
And he makes a comment, and I'm just paraphrasing because I haven't seen the last episode in a long time,
Please.
to the effect of, wow, you know, they had a long road getting from there to here.
Oh god. Is it that
He
bad?
says it. It's so fucking stupid.
Oh my god. Well, you just
Like,
gave me
like
one
he
more
was,
reason not to fucking
like he
watch
was
it.
reliving their advent. No, they're not framing the show as entirely a holodeck simulation. It's
Sure,
just
sure.
the last episode is framed as that.
Sure, I can get behind that, but jeez. Is
It is
it's
really
like
bad.
Like the fourth wall wink wink kind of situation.
Yeah, but the wink is coming from fucking Jonathan Frakes, which makes it inherently creepy. Do you remember the game? When we had to see Riker's O-face a bunch of times?
God.
Yeah, it's like
I
that.
love the game. It's so awkward.
It's a great episode, but the
whole
facial
episode
expressions
of-
make me very uncomfortable.
It's a whole episode of people orgasming in a very, very awkward and embarrassing way. Oh, I
Like
love it.
Beverly Crusher giving the O-face in front of her son.
Oh my god, that's so bad.
It's so uncomfortable.
So bad. Yeah, and then when the Crusher kid, Jesus, what's his name? I forgot the name of the kid. Oh my god. Help me.
Talking about Wesley?
Yeah, Wesley, Jesus. Okay, sorry. I need more coffee. Oh, Wesley and the girl are on the bed and they have to act like they're doing the game.
Oh yeah, like they're not really playing the game, but they have to act
and
like
they're
they
totally
are.
like, yeah, oh,
They're
wow,
just like
game.
twitching and like vibrating next to one another, and his mother's
Oh,
like,
that's
"Good, he's
so
coming in
awkward.
his pants. This
Good.
is excellent."
Good boy.
Oh my god.
That's pretty bad.
Can we address one more thing about this episode?
Sure.
Why was Will Riker not brought up on charges?
Yeah, why
everything that
didn't he
happened.
get like a fucking court-martial?
That entire
he did,
episode
and we didn't
happened
see it.
because he had to fuck some alien on Risa.
Uh-huh.
The entire episode happened because he can't keep his dick in his pants on Ryza.
Yep. And he didn't freak out when she throws his comm badge out of the window.
Which is a huge moment.
Mm-hmm.
That's like, you could potentially be stuck on that planet at that point.
Yeah.
Like, as far as I know, the Enterprise computer identifies people's locations based on their comm badge.
By their comm badge, yeah.
In Remember
Yeah.
Me, do you remember in Remember Me when Beverly Crusher's friends, like, you know, reality starts unwriting itself and people start disappearing? But she makes a comment to Worf when the computer's like, you know, such and such is not on board. She's like, well, he could have fallen, his comm badge could have been damaged.
Yes,
so if you don't have your comm badge, the computer doesn't know you're there.
They have a lot of references in that throughout the Star Treks. That it's usually the comm badge, and so many times you see someone that doesn't want to be found, and they get rid of the comm badge.
Or in Rascals, when they're using the transporter on the Ferengi, they sneak up to them and they put comm badges on them, and that's how the computer recognizes them to transport them. So this is like a big fucking deal.
It is.
This is like if I were on a secure military installation and somebody stole my CAC ID card. Like, I would be prosecuted to the maximum extent of the law, whether I meant for it to happen or not.
Yeah, that'd be pretty bad.
I would probably be drummed out of the military. I may go to prison for that. And Will Riker's just like, oh, it all worked out for the best. Sorry you had to pretend you were, you know, jacking and jilling in your pants in front of your mom, Wesley. That must have been uncomfortable. Well, back to our adventures.
Yep.
Yeah. That just always bugs me when I watch that episode, that's all.
Do you feel like they made Crusher Mom Beverly? Do you feel like they made Beverly's character do all that awkward stuff because they didn't like her? Like, you know, how she went away and then came back, and it looked like they had some...
Yeah, we had Dr. Pulaski for a long time.
Oh my god. But
I don't mind Dr. Pulaski.
Oh, come on, she's an asshole.
I mean, she is an asshole, but she's different. She's kind of a breath of fresh air. See, the problem with Beverly Crusher is that she's like a weirdly... Merlin Models is right. Pulaski was a bigot against Data, but this is not inherently a problem with her role in the show. This is a piece of her character.
Yeah, Pulaski was okay. I actually really like one of her scenes, the one with Worf, where she, you know, Worf is not feeling good, but he doesn't want her to tell that you know, because he's a Klingon. Klingons don't get sick. So she said, like...
Yeah, they don't complain about physical discomfort.
Yeah, she lies to the captain, so Worf makes her a Klingon tea to thank her, and the tea was gonna... Like, he's like, don't drink the tea, it's poisonous for you. And she's like, oh, wait a minute. And she just fucking... That's super badass what she does. She gets, like, a hypo spray. She's like, now I can drink the tea.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
She makes herself immune and then drinks it.
That's really awesome.
And, you know, okay,
I do like that.
She lies to the captain, but medical officers in military situations have broad authority...
They actually love the captain.
Restrict information about their patients, even to their commanding officers.
Yeah, so that's better.
So I feel like
Riker
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, that's better than the Riker thing.
Than him, fucking some butt-headed alien and nearly getting the flagship of the Federation captured by a hostile force. Yeah, I'd say so.
Yep. Anyway.
Yeah, he should have been. Well, I mean, Riker should have been. Riker should have been in prison a number of times, to be fair.
Nobody thought of examining him a
creepy.
bit. Yeah. Nobody thought of examining him a bit when he got the Q powers early in the first season, I guess?
Oh, yeah.
I'm not sure. And
yeah,
he
that
started,
was pretty early on.
Turning people into stuff. And then when he turned back, like, nobody thought, well, maybe we should check that he's, you know, he's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, like Merlin Model says, they find it funny when Q is like, you were so much fun before the beard. I always got the feel that John Delancey was watching the show alongside us.
Oh my god, it was so much fun. One of my favorite quotes from him
there's
too
the
is,
Star Wars theory.
Mm-hmm.
There's the Star Wars theory that the story of Star Wars is being told as a framing device if we imagine that the story of Star Wars is being told in the past tense by R2-D2. And if you think about it, it's a fun theory, because R2-D2 is always heroic. He's always saving the day in unlikely circumstances, and like you can picture him when C-3PO does something, he's like, okay, so then the gold one says something stupid and gets in trouble again, and I have to save him again. Like,
Interesting.
that does seem more likely than all this being true.
That could be a theory.
And yeah, so I picture like our camera angle when we're watching Star Trek is like, that's what Q is seeing. Like, this is just him observing, because we know he has a special connection with the Enterprise and with Picard. When the entire universe is trying to murder him, he runs to Picard for safety because he trusts him.
Yeah.
Which is a great episode, honestly. I really like that one.
Which, by the way, I love his line in, I think it's DS9, when Cisco punches it, and he's like, "You hit me! Jean-Luc never hit me!"
Picard never hit me.
Picard never hit me. I am not Picard. That's great.
That was a good line. It's kind of establishing that for us, the audience, as well.
Oh, and the first time he calls Janeway Kathy, and her look on her face, oh my god. Oh, it's great. Kathy.
Oh, man.
It's pretty good. I love Q. Very, very much.
I recently rewatched Season 3. And lately I've been asking myself, in reference specifically to TNG, trying to figure out, and I realize this is mostly just a mental exercise. This isn't really meant to shake anything out. I'm just curious, like, if I had to say, this episode is my favorite episode, which episode would I say it about?
Oh, that's tough.
And, yeah, right? So I've been kind of gathering together episodes that I'm, like, narrowing it down, because I think the closest I'll get is, like, a top 10.
Yeah. Kind of like they did on Red Letter Media.
I fucking love Conundrum.
You remind me which one that is.
That is, I'm pretty sure it's Conundrum. It's the one where they get caught in the time loop and the Enterprise keeps exploding.
Oh, that one's really good.
That's the one. It has Kelsey Grammer in it for like 30 seconds. At the very end, he's like, "Oh, I've been here for like 30 minutes." And they're like, "No, you've been here for 70 years." And he's like, "Oh, my brother Niles is probably worried about me." And then he's never in the show again. But I love that episode, and I didn't realize how much I loved it until I went back and rewatched it recently. But it's just so beautifully put together. The way each instance of the timeline, the time loop, manifests and changes. Yeah. A lot of the changes are fairly subtle, and it has some of the best Data reactions. The first time that Beverly Crusher... It's like they know... Because episodes like that happen in a lot of shows. And they end up being really repetitive.
And they nailed the
in a bad way.
They nailed the repetitivity, I guess. It's really good. Yeah, the repetition.
Yeah, like they repeat the right things. They repeat the things that matter, and they change it in small ways that are really, really interesting.
Mm-hmm. I feel like you're waiting on the edge of your seat for them to get back to that first scene and see how it changes this time. You're like, oh, get to the cart scene, How's it gonna go? And
I love Data's reaction the first time Beverly starts predicting the cards. And she's like, she names a few of them, and then Riker names a few of them, and then Worf names a few, and Data's just looking more and more perplexed as he deals, and he just looks at all three of them, and he goes, this is highly improbable. He says it so matter-of-factly, like he's explaining it to children. He's like, this is highly improbable.
Brent Spiner is a fucking genius.
You know, I feel like in a lot of cases, Brent Spiner, on a personal level, has been kind of a douchebag on some occasions. And he has an episode of Enterprise that's really unfortunate, where he plays a younger ancestor of Dr. Soong. It's a terrible episode.
But you're giving me more and more reasons not to watch that stuff. It's like literally there are, he steals embryos of... Oh my god.
Augments.
Please.
Like Khan, you know? He steals embryos of augments, and he brings them to life, and he raises them like his children because he believes in the future of humanity being superior. And in the context of the show, this is supposed to be the incident that inspires his ancestors. Like, literally, at the end of it, when everything goes wrong, he's like, maybe I'll look into androids. And the episode ends. It's so fucking stupid.
God, that's bad.
It's really bad.
The wacky adventures.
What was I gonna say? Why did I start talking about it?
I don't know.
Yeah, okay. I was gonna mention it because
Brent Spiner.
And this seems like a huge non sequitur, but I don't know if you've ever watched Independence Day. It's a very American movie, or its sequel, Independence Day Resurgence.
I'm missing that one.
He is the best thing in both movies.
Brent Spiner.
He's fucking hilarious. He's in both movies. He's in Independence Day and Independence Day Resurgence. You literally see him die in Independence Day, like he gets killed by an alien, and in the second movie they're just like, nope, didn't happen. We want Brent Spiner back. Shut up.
All right.
But he is without a doubt the best fucking thing. He is having so much fun with the role, and he is so much fun to watch.
Yeah, I feel like he's a...
And that's literally the only reason that I brought it up, is because I just thought about that. But I agree, Brent Spiner is a lot of fun in most contexts.
Yeah. You were saying about like having a favorite TNG episode. I think the problem in that is that at least I have a lot of different episodes that I like for different reasons. So like,
yeah, and this is why I think that like a top 10 is a much more reasonable. This is probably why Red Letter Media landed on top 10. Yeah. Because it's so much more practical.
Because it's like you have one that's your favorite dialogue, one that's your favorite like plot thing. There's a lot of different reasons to like an episode very much. Like,
well, if we're gonna narrow it down, like, then I want to ask you a question. And chat, please feel free to give your answer on this as well.
Yes,
best
please.
Picard speech, go. You don't have to give me the speech, just tell me which is your favorite Picard speech.
Alright, so I would probably answer something different if I watched everything again, because I might be forgetting something. But the ones that come to mind are Measure of a Man and Drumhead.
It's hard to beat that one, to be fair.
Yeah. Measure of a Man might
Drumhead's
be my
really
first
good.
one off the bat. My first one off the bat, Measure of a Man. Drumhead's great. Another one that I love is, I forgot the title, but is when basically Wesley fucks up at school, and it's like the first duty of every Starfleet officer.
You are thinking of the first duty.
Yes, the first duty.
The first
duty. That's the title of the Picard speech. Good job.
That is my favorite Picard speech. I have to find that one for myself. I love that one. Yeah, the first duty of every Starfleet officer is to the truth.
It's to
whether
the
it be
truth.
Moral truth or personal truth. If you can't find it within yourself to tell the truth, you don't deserve to wear that uniform.
Yes.
That's a good one. It's not the longest, but it's one of the hardest hitting.
Not the longest. Yeah, so, there's that. Man. I guess that is my
Merlin Models says 4 lights, which is arguably not a Picard speech, but it...
not necessarily the Picard speech, but the episode. Oh, God.
Chain of Command is what that 2-parter's called. And yes, that is one of the best Picard-centric 2-parters in the entire run.
What hits hard is what he says at the end to, I believe, Troy, that he actually thought there were 4 lights at the end.
He thought that he saw the 4 lights.
That is not
but he refused to
necessarily
say
a
it.
speech. Not necessarily a speech, but that's like...
It's a terrifying character moment.
Yeah. You're like, whoa, it hit him
he
that
broke
hard.
him. He was broken. And he barely held on.
He didn't know that he broke Picard, but he did. That is excellent.
I love the moment when he tells David Warner that, yeah, that's exactly what I was just about to say. Datron Voltari just totally noted it. That is my favorite part of that episode. Is when he tells David Warner's character, he says, I don't, when I look at you, I don't see a strong man. I just see that same scared little boy.
Kid. And then he's like, you are a little boy. It's so good.
And he gets so fucking angry.
He does. That's so good.
That's great. That's great.
Yep.
These are great episodes. And then there's,
You know what? Huh?
fucking what was it, Genesis? where Barkley turns into a spider. Then there's that.
There's that. Well, you know, Barkley.
There's no
You
spider
love
DNA
Barkley.
in human DNA, Stila.
Oh my god.
Humans can't devolve into spiders.
I'm happy.
Like, we can't devolve at all, but we certainly can't fucking devolve into spiders.
That's a good thing. Oh, okay, so the face that Picard makes when he calls Barkley broccoli in front of his bridge crew.
It is... Wow, that's one I don't think about very often.
It is so good. If you look up that clip, his face is priceless. He is mortified. I love that moment. There are, however,
all right, I got one more for you.
Oh, hi, Artemichael, and thank you for letting me
I've
know
gone
that there are
about,
spider ghosts. Yep.
Oh wow, really? Interesting.
Yeah,
I've gone later than I necessarily meant to, and I'm probably going to be calling it here pretty soon. But I have at least one more TNG question that I want to ask because I'm curious.
Please, people,
And
spam
that's-
Thunderhead's chat telling him to stay.
You know what? I'm going to
like,
keep painting
stay
for a little bit because
one
this is a
more
fun
hour.
conversation.
Yeah, no, but go ahead with what you were gonna say.
Best Will Riker moment.
Ooh, Will Riker, you know that's.
I'm
that's
curious.
An interesting one.
Merlin Models is saying that his favorite speech isn't one of Picard's; it's O'Brien's. I'm gonna guess it's his speech to his former captain, who has decided to wage war on the Cardassians.
I'm gonna guess I don't hate you, Cardassian, because that is a really good speech.
Oh, when he's speaking to the actual Cardassians. Oh, yeah, in the bar. Yeah, it's not
that's
you I
when-
hate. I hate what I became because of you.
Yeah, but I really do
Oh,
like
that's
that
good.
moment with the former captain with the song. That is really good.
Yeah, singing the drummer
little
boy
song.
or whatever the fuck that song
And then
is.
he's like,
The
"I'm not
minstrel
looking-
boy to war has
Yeah.
gone. Yeah.
I'm not gonna win this one, Chief, aren't I? No, sir. So good.
That's a great
Subtlety!
moment. But okay,
Subtlety,
Riker
people.
moment. Give it to me.
Riker moment. I have it. I'm gonna have to describe it because I don't remember it exactly, but bear with me. So, Picard becomes Locutus.
Right, okay.
The moment
We're talking
where Riker...
we're talking best of both worlds here.
Yeah, best of both worlds. Riker has a talk with Guinan that tells him you have to let go of Picard, and then he has to go to the bridge and give the order to fire. I think that's the best Riker moment for me.
This is a good moment. That you know, people think about that episode as Picard two-parter because it's Locutus and it was, you know, the big deal at the time.
Picard
I
has
really
no
feel like that's
agency in
more of. No, he doesn't. All the agency is with Riker in that episode,
Yeah.
in those episodes, in that two-parter. And,
Like,
and
when he
Riker has some
looks and he's
great
like,
development.
"Fire."
He has to face the fact that he is sabotaging his own career, that he has to face that maybe he is afraid of taking command and of being responsible for these huge decisions. He has to face all of that. He has to question who he is and why he is. And there's some really, really great moments.
And they even came up with a really good character to make him face his doubts, like that Shelby, is it the name of the girl? You're in my way.
Yeah, that's right, Commander Shelby.
Yeah, they
And
make you
she's
hate
a
her,
perfectly
but she's
fine
good.
Starfleet officer. She's antagonistic,
great.
but she is a perfectly fine Starfleet officer who is just doing her fucking job like any normal person would.
Well, they
She
kind of
doesn't
made
have
her.
the connection to the crew.
She's supposed to be pretty much female Riker a few years before. She's
Ambitious, which he
Ambitious.
kind of isn't anymore.
yeah. He's when he sits down, he's like, "What am I doing here?"
He's oddly content in his role as the second.
Yeah. And he doesn't know if that's a good thing or not.
Yeah. And that is...
Anyway,
that is...
what's yours? What's your Riker moment?
I kind of have a three-way split.
All right.
And I feel like they're all kind of superficial, but they are just, like, my favorites. Perhaps the least superficial of them is the one where... Future Imperfect. In fact, two of them are in Future Imperfect, and one of them is in Parallels.
Right.
So I'll give you my three, because they're all kind of brief. First favorite, Future Imperfect. He realizes that, that, you know, this is bullshit. That he's in some kind of simulation or something. Everything's wrong.
That one. Yeah. No, you
and
can't.
it's
I
when
try.
he's yelling at people. He's like, you just used he tells Data, you just used a contraction.
Yeah, yeah.
And then Picard comes in and he says, Commander, perhaps we should speak about this in the other room. And he just says, shut up.
Shut up.
I beg your pardon.
That's great.
I said shut up, as in stop talking. Like, this is a great fucking moment.
That's really, really good.
He's not playing along. He's not trying to figure out what's going on. He's just pissed off.
Yeah,
And
it's like
he's just like, no, you don't understand. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck everyone here. What's going on?
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
And that's a good moment. And I'll count it as the same moment because it's the same episode, but his reaction at the end when he realizes what the alien child is doing. He just accepts him. He's like, you know, you fucked me around, you messed with my head. This is crazy shit. Any normal person going through a situation like this would have, like, PTSD.
Yeah.
But this poor alien kid has just been abandoned, and that's fucked up. And he's nice
pretty
too.
much kind of
even though
forgives him.
Even though he's wearing the worst goddamn costume.
Oh god, it's so bad
seen.
when he turns into the alien.
With his goofy little waggly fingers. He looks like
fingers?
You remember there's like a Rhodian in the background of the Mos Eisley Cantina, or no, in Jabba's palace in Return of the Jedi, and all he's doing, he has these long fingers on, and everybody's like laughing and watching the Rancor eat this slave girl, and the Rhodian's just doing this. He's just wiggling his fingers and staring at his fingertips. And that's what I think of every single time I see him.
Yeah,
it's just nonsense.
It's, you know, the costumes are what they are. But
that one was particularly bad.
It was pretty bad.
But my second favorite Riker moment, and this might not even count because it's technically not our Will Riker, is in Parallels.
Is it the one where it's the other one?
Yes. And yeah, I think you know exactly the moment I'm talking about. When he fires on the shuttle, and they get him on the view screen, and he's disheveled, and his beard is all unkempt, and the Enterprise bridge behind him is falling apart. You only see like two people on the bridge, and one of them's Worf. He's like, you can't make us go back. The Borg are everywhere. I think we might be the last ship. You can't make us go back.
Oh man, I forgot
I'd rather
about that.
die, he says. And then he fires on the ship again, and they have to blow him up. And I don't like that episode. I think that episode is fundamentally silly.
I'm
but
not
that
super fond
moment,
of that one either.
that one moment, and it only works because we've already gotten so much Will Riker, because we know Will Riker as he is. He is calm, he is collected, he is confident.
Yeah, I wouldn't
These are
work if
all
you
things
didn't
that I
know
would
the
use to
character.
describe him. Whether you like him as a person or not. Yeah, exactly. And in that moment, we see a version of Will Riker who is fucking done.
Yep.
Who is terrified
and that,
of what his future holds.
That tells the viewer exactly how much they should worry.
It's an incredibly potent, singular moment, and you know what? That moment, as much as the rest of that episode, I forget, like, what happens. Like, I don't even remember why they wind up in that scenario. But that moment, like, haunts me.
Yeah, that's pretty
And it's
good
only,
one.
again, because I feel like I know Will Riker as a person.
Yeah.
And that's not him.
It's-
Or
that's
if that
one
is
of those
him, that
things
means
where-
that everything is fucked. It
They
forces
reward
me
you
to
as a
picture...
viewer.
Yeah. It forces me to picture the universe that he came from and how terrifying it must be.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good stuff.
And I like that.
Good choice.
But again, the rest of the episode is kind of shitty.
Oh well, can't have everything.
You know, it's a very hit or miss show. The hits wouldn't be as impactful without the misses.
TNG though, I feel like it's like lightning in a bottle. It's crazy.
Yeah, you can't recreate it, and we only know that because they've tried.
Yeah, after watching other shows, I must conclude that it was just a very lucky circumstance that happened to work, and we'll never have something as good as that again. Like after watching other shows, like fucking Babylon 5.
Oh, let's not do this. Let's not besmirch. Let's not ruin your credibility with my chat by having you criticize Babylon 5.
I'm just saying that it's not as good as TNG. Even stuff like
I'll allow.
We just talked about Squid Game.
I'll allow that much.
It's just
this just turned into us talking about Star Trek.
Yeah, exactly. Did you see the
Have you watched the Orville? Have I asked you that?
I have, and I loved it.
Okay, good. We can still be friends.
I feel like the Orville is more Star Trek than Discovery, Enterprise, and Picard put together.
Oh, it is. It literally, once we get past the first few episodes where Seth MacFarlane is trying to be silly and tell a bunch of stupid ex-wife jokes, and he decided to get serious with his writing.
He's like, well, I have to get through the thing of look at me and Seth MacFarlane, but then when he gets through with that, he's like, oh, now I can finally... I got the credibility, I can finally do the show that I want to do. It feels like he's trying to just free himself a bit of that. And then he's like, alright, now that we've done a few episodes of silly stuff, now I can play Star Trek, basically.
This is the aspect of the show that really appeals to me, is I feel like when I watch it, it's the little things. It's all the little things in the show that you never really thought about when you were watching TNG until you're faced with it again. The beats, the musical stings, the pacing, the character relationships, the resolutions. When it all like, if anything, the Orville has helped me define what about TNG I really loved.
You know what? That's
in a way that I hadn't thought about before.
That is
until it presented me with it in a new package. And yeah, you're right. Once he got past the part where he was like, look at me, I'm Seth MacFarlane, and what came across is he loves something that I love. And he loves it in the way that I love it. And it is so refreshing because I have had so many experiences over the years where I have loved a thing, and this has happened with Star Wars over and over, where I have loved a thing, and there's been a community of people who love the thing, and we've been like, hey, I love the thing, and they're like, yeah, I love the thing too, go thing, hooray thing, and then the conversation starts going, and I realize, like, oh, you love different things about the thing than I love. You love the things about the thing that I could fucking leave in the dust, and the things about the thing, if I can say thing 500,000 more times, the things about the thing that I love, that mean something to me, that speak to me, that resonate with me, you don't give a shit about. And it's this very uncomfortable, awkward moment.
It's like, oh, I see.
Like, oh shit, I'm in the wrong group.
Yeah.
And with the Orville, it was precisely the opposite. It was, if anything, like I said, he helped me to understand my own love of it by articulating it better than I did.
Yeah. It
through
made me wish
the visual
that,
medium.
Yeah. Made me wish that MacFarlane got the rights to do, basically that he bought the Star Trek franchise. Because I feel like he
that we weren't getting this Alex Kurtzman, Rick Berman monstrosity.
You know that's actually not Star Trek, right? That is not the Star Trek brand. It's like 25% or so Star Trek or something. I watched a bunch of videos about that. It's all about the rights. It's all about like a rights battle, and it's not actually Star Trek. I gotta send you some videos. It's really interesting.
Yeah, no, please do, because I'm interested in that.
That is not Star Trek. It's called Star Trek, but it's not.
I think the difference here is Seth MacFarlane loves it, wants more of it, and created a love letter to it, and it's almost like he didn't give a shit if people liked it or not.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm gonna make this thing. And it's not gonna be what's on television right now. It's not gonna be what's popular right now. We're gonna play on themes that I like. And that's art. He took Data and he was like, okay, what if Data had no curiosity at all about humanity?
Yeah.
What if Data was just exactly what he is, but believed in his own superiority? And he gives us Isaac, who is a hilarious character.
Oh my god, Isaac is
he gives us... He sort of plays on the conceit of Barclay in a big way for a lot of characters by being like, okay, what if everyone on the ship wasn't perfect? What if everyone on the ship was a real human being like Barclay is?
Exactly.
And it's a delight to explore. And then the other side of this, our Discovery, our Picard, is an utterly cynical, what do people want to see? What things can we rip off from the old shows to lure people in enough to give us money?
Yeah.
How hard, how fast can we sell out, and how much money can we make doing it? And it's like they're in a race to the fucking bottom.
Yep. What I like about the
so
Orville
disappointing.
is that MacFarlane, he blatantly, of course, gets inspiration from Star Trek, and he's got some spins on the characters and all that, but the story and the characters are interesting enough on their own as well that I am invested into the lore and the Orville characters, and I actually like it as its own show.
What are his bad guy aliens called? The ones who worship Avis?
Oh my god! Not Kareem. Krill?
Krill.
No, that's something. Krill? Those are really
the
cool.
Krill.
There are some
They're
really
neat,
cool
and they're both kind of surface level, simple religious fanatics. Like, it's really obvious the themes they're exploring, but they're also explored in a fun, interesting way.
Yeah.
And I like that they gave us that female character. Oh yeah,
God.
Datron's right. Also, Seth MacFarlane. There we go. Seth MacFarlane is in at least 2 episodes of Enterprise. There you go. That's all the reason you need to watch it.
Oh my god, he made it.
He shows up as like a crew member. He has speaking lines.
Huh.
But there's like the female Krill who gets in the relationship with Captain Mercer to betray him. But then, she learns he's not like a complete piece of shit, and she's valuable later on because she can connect with them. And I admit, I get fucking chills when I'm watching the Orville, and there's the scene when all the races unite to fight the Krill. And even though it's it's interspersed with stupid jokes, like, you have the fighters shooting out of the Krill ship, and the one Krill's like, "We fight for Avis, we will drink the blood of our enemies." And then you got fucking Scott Grimes, who's like, "Yeah, man, it's just like the last Starfighter." Like, okay, yeah, sure.
If you go into the show, the jokes get more and more secondary, and you hardly notice they're there at the end.
They're really up close or up front in the beginning, and over time they get better and better integrated.
Well, he even turned some of the jokes into some really nice, like, insightful moments. Like,
Data has a moment in TNG when he remarks on the nature of love from his perspective. Merlin Models, thank you so much for hanging out, dude. Have a fantastic night.
Bye, Merlin Models.
When he remarks on, I don't know if he says it or one of the characters is remarking that he said it to them when he's like, "Oh, well, my visual pathways have grown accustomed to the nature of your stimulus and would be..."
Oh, is that when Tasha dies?
"It would be an interruption to my functioning should you cease to be here," or something like that. But it's basically Data's concept of growing fond of someone in a very logical way. They only touch on it briefly.
Yeah.
In TNG. Yeah, I think that is with Tasha Yar. Because they only mention it one other time. And they delve into that in the Orville with Isaac and the Doctor's children. And he explains it in almost the exact same way, that his processors, his system has grown used to their presence to the point where now it processes information based on that assumption that they will be present. So should they be absent, his processors will be less efficient, essentially because they're operating on false information. It is the closest thing he can get to missing someone.
And then you watch that and you're like, oh my god, am I a machine?
Yeah, right? It's explaining human emotions in a very logical, progressive way, and I really enjoy it. And I love that Seth MacFarlane watched those episodes and thought, I want to do more with this.
Yeah.
By that argument, Nanotank says he loves his underwear, and you know what? Yeah. Huh?
Sure.
I think, as Garth put it, it's a new pair of underwear can be. This is important. This is about moving on and accepting new loves in your life, because a new pair of underwear at first is constrictive. But over time, it becomes much more comfortable. We have to learn to give people that time in our lives, Stila.
Yes. That's some real deep shit here.
This is some fucking philosophy. People should be paying us to be in this stream right now.
I know. We're doing something wrong.
Oh, wait, we have subscribers. They are. No, never mind.
Oh, shit. So you're paying me to...
Oh, this is stupid.
Yeah, never mind.
I am gonna need to get going because I gotta go get some. Get some dinner. I've gone later than I meant to.
I want to do a little quick comparison here with our Samhain. What a weird name.
Yes. Let me run my blend over this real quick. Oh, Merlin Models tossing me 100 bits, paying for the conversation.
Aww.
This is going to be our new business. Merlin,
so
thank you so much for the cheer, man. I really appreciate the bits, bro. And thank you for sticking around. Thank you for joining in the conversation. I realize it's just been mostly me ranting at Stila about Star Trek for a while.
Oh, God. One more thing. Have you ever seen my bits animation?
Have I? I wasn't looking when it happened.
It's the Doctor from Voyager singing. From that scene where he sings with 7 of 9, which is one of my favorite scenes, that has a detail that I don't know how many people picked up on that I love. And I know you gotta go, but...
Which one is that?
So much. You know when he teaches... Oh, thank you, Furian, for the follow. You know when he teaches 7 of 9 to sing? And they sing that song together, the one that goes like,
that's a great episode.
Sunshine. Yeah. So...
It's one of my favorite episodes in all of Voyager. Admittedly, I haven't watched it recently, but I know the one you're talking about. There's
a little detail that I love when they're singing, and, she starts singing, like, you are my sunshine, and they go through the first, verse, and she starts getting it, and then at the second time that they go through the you are my sunshine, the Doctor does, a second voice thing, she's like, you are my sunshine, and he's like, you are my sunshine. He's doing the secondary voice, I don't know what you call it in English, but he's basically improvising. And if you look at 7 of 9 in that moment, she looks up very briefly to see what he did, because she's reading the music. Harmonizing, thank you. She is reading the music, and the Doctor just did a little bit of improvisation with the harmonizing. She looks up to see what he's doing, and then she keeps singing. And I love that detail because she's Borg and she doesn't understand that stuff. Have you ever noticed it?
And yet it resonates with her because she's human.
Yeah. So just that little bit of looking up is a great detail that I love. Just that.
I'm gonna, you know what? I'm gonna watch that episode now.
Yeah.
It's like the next thing I'm gonna watch now because you mention it, and because anything with the Doctor or 7 of 9, I am so into. Or maybe one of Tom Paris's Flash Gordon episodes.
Jesus, Tom Paris.
Just don't expect me to watch anything with fucking Neelix or Cass.
Okay, Neelix has good moments, but if you have to go, we're gonna have to stop it here, or we're just gonna go all night. It's your choice here.
We could do this quite a lot. No, not Harry Kim, who was an imposter through most of the series, but that's a different conversation. Harry Kim fucking died, and you know what? No, we're stopping it.
Yeah, he did die.
He died, and there was a replacement, and they never mentioned it again.
Yep.
It's fucked up.
Alright. How's your dude looking here?
So this is where we're at here. Now you've gone a much more vivid and saturated with the bodysuit than I have.
You know what I like?
Yeah.
We kind of switched roles from the Judge Dredd. Because from Judge Dredd, I went a lot more desaturated, and you went very like magenta and all that. Show me the back.
Yeah, I went really, really saturated, clashing colors. Whereas, yeah, we kind of did the opposite here. I really love how your lollipop is looking, which is an odd sentence, but it's true.
I really like.
You got me thinking about my basing now too, because I love the base.
Oh man, I didn't do much on the base though, but I love your burlap, and I tried to give him a little bit of a more.
This came together well.
Light on the side, like I went warmer on the right side and colder on the other side.
Yeah, he's got a light source to his right. You can see that on both his mask and on what you're doing on his PJs there.
Mm-hmm. I really like your PJs and the burlap. Really nice contrast.
I'm very happy with how these two colors have come together. They're very much...
Yeah.
They're very close to the actual color that he was in the movie, which is what I'm going for. Less stylized and more realistic.
It's refreshing to work on something simpler like this and with big, like a kind of like a chibi figure. I'd never worked on it before. It's kind of refreshing.
Big, broad areas of color and room for
color.
blends.
It's kind of like...
It has allowed me to get those colors kind of right where I want them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I really
I'm
like
not going in there and trying to do buckles
PJs.
and shit like that.
Burlap is the new buckle. I like it. I really like it.
I think yours looks real. Your lollipop is... I think that's the weakest element of mine. The one that I'm least satisfied with, by comparison, is the lollipop.
You can totally put more color on it. You know what? I didn't like it.
I think coming in with some reds like you did.
Yeah, the last minute I started putting in purple matter up on the top there, and it kind of got it a bit more contrast. But it was looking more like yours before.
Interesting. I see it along the top in particular.
I think you put some darks in the bite that I really liked at some point. I was looking over. And I didn't really do much in the bite.
Oh yeah, I shadowed, you can see I shadowed the bite quite a lot.
That's pretty cool. Nice.
Jewel that lollipop. Yeah, no, you're right, Vergata. This calls for a jeweling technique because it needs to look like light is shining through and illuminating mostly the lower area.
Oh,
this is the trickiest part of getting it to look right.
Here, let me bring back the image reference. They put the light in the middle in a lot of places. Here.
No, you're right. It's like concentrated towards the middle.
In the middle, but then you got a lot of edge highlighting here.
And I did a little bit of that on top, but it's very soft, and I could lean into that more on the top edge.
Yeah. So I was trying to get the middle light and then some edge highlight, but I was saturating the paint here a little bit. I couldn't get much more bright yellow in there, so I had to wait a little bit.
I think I'm going to give these paints a chance to rest, to cure up a little bit, and then I'm going to come back in and start working some more transparents over top. I think my primary blends are all about where I want them, and at this point, it's mostly like filtering and detailing I want to do.
Yeah, for me, I just gotta get a little bit more highlights on this part, and the feet. I didn't do anything on the feet.
I barely colored them. That's gonna be the last thing that I get to, almost certainly.
Maybe make them a bit more. What color are his shoes in the film? Like more like
I think they're just brown. Yeah, I think it's pretty much the same color as. I need to check, but I'm pretty sure like his burlap mask, his shoes, and his candy sack are all the same color.
I think the candy sack is really bright.
Probably so, Vergata. Probably so.
Yeah. But anyway.
Well, I'm gonna go get something to eat, Stila, but this has been a blast.
Yeah. I hope you will invite me again in maybe a few months. I will definitely watch your other.
Figure something out.
Did you see the title?
Yeah,
of
I'll
my
let you know
stream?
when that's going to happen. We'll find more reasons to stream together, because I like just hanging out and bullshitting about shows with you, even if 90% of the time it comes back around to Star Trek. You know what? Worst
It is
topics
a lot
of
of
conversation.
Well, how
Worst
about we
topics.
pre-frame it? We pre-frame it next time, and it's just gonna be like Stila and Thunderhead painting whatever, talking about Star Trek, so we don't feel bad about it.
This is, you know what? We'll do that after you watch Enterprise, and then we can have a meaningful
No.
discussion on the pros and
Why?
cons. Paint a Picard. Oh god. A Picard bust.
There
Oh,
is-
I wouldn't hate doing that. That man has an incredible skull.
Okay, man. There's a Picard facepalm bust that I saw, but I'm really angry because I found a Gowron bust, and I contacted the guy that makes it, and he told me that he can't give it to me. He doesn't make it anymore, so I'm sad.
You told me about that. Yeah, that is
Yeah,
sad
I'm
because
just
Gowron
thinking-
of all people is just a great
That would've been
face to
really
paint.
cool.
An
would've
amazing
been-
face.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna let you go
Thank
for
you.
now, and I will touch base with you again later on Discord.
All
Yeah.
right. Yes. So,
All right.
Thunderhead chat, Stila chat, thank you so much for hanging out. I think after this, after we hang up, I'm probably gonna go raid someone as well because I need some food. So,
Seems like a
Thank you
good
so
idea.
much.
And Steela's chat, thank you guys. Thank you guys for being so cool. And Steela, thank you so much for having me on the stream.
you too. It's always a pleasure. All right.
I will catch you later.
Oh, Einstein. See you soon, Einstein. I forgot.
Last of my beer.
Dang it. Drink.
Ah, there's to you, Class A. I'll catch you later.
All right, class. Bye.
Yeah, it went a little bit later than I meant to, chat. But we're trying new things. We're doing new stuff. Let me go ahead and transition us awkwardly into our ending screen. Without a storm report between, this has been a wild stream. Absolutely wild. Let me go ahead and figure out who we are going to raid into. I figure a lot of you are probably headed for bed. It's pretty late. But I'm going to go ahead and fire you fine folks. If you feel like sticking around, over to Thunderdome Drew. He is working on some pretty cool stuff over there. He has a fantastic stream. If you haven't already followed him, consider sticking around for a minute to check it out. Because honestly, it's one of my favorite viewing experiences on Twitch. One of my favorite communities. He's a good one to just kind of hang out and paint and ask questions. All right. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get something to eat, but after I eat, I'll probably be down for some drops in the cycle. I will let you guys know on Discord. Folks, thank you for joining me today. Thank you for going along with this. I hope that those of you who were painting along had a good time. I'll announce in a little bit. We're gonna have a storm report in 1 week, so you have a week to finish up any painting you did on your Samhain if you were painting along. And then Steela and I will also be posting ours, and we'll probably have a little conversation about the work that we did. This has been a blast, though. We are going to be back Sunday the 7th, going back to single-figure focus. I'm going to be working on my Mounted Noble Lord for Conquest in Oils. We'll be back on Tuesday the 9th. I'm going to go back to work on Battletech, painting up my trench foot. I need to get that done. And then next Thursday, we're going to be doing some 3D sculpting, followed by our Supercell Storm Report, so make sure you're here for that. Folks, thank you again for coming out, and a huge thank you as always to my amazing mod team. You guys are absolutely the best. I'm going to go get something to eat, so until next time, keep on painting.